Hello everybody and welcome again to another amazing Barry Marvelite stream. Thank you all for joining me on this wonderful weekend, this sensational Sunday afternoon. How's everyone doing? Jurassic Jacob, Appa, congratulations on redeeming first. And Sammy the Gooding Woman, how's it going? Thank you guys for joining me. Let me get these smash points going. Hey Zilla, how's it going? Thank you for joining me as well. As you can see, today we're continuing our run of Spider-Man, Friend or Foe for the PlayStation 2. We're going to be trying to finish this one today. My back hurts like a mother flipper. And it seems to be for no reason whatsoever. I'm just going to launch into my spiel while I'm giving people smash points here. My unrehearsed grievances with my own body at this point. As I continue to be a man making peace with the fact that I'm in my 30s and things don't work like they used to no more. So I went across the street to get myself, you know, I basically forgot a couple of things last time I went to the grocery store, and I'm not going into the, grocery store proper for another couple of days. Nanners is getting a smash point. Hi, Nanners, and hey, Cat. I'm not looking at chat just a second. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'll be back. And Catkin is getting a point there. So I went across the street to just, the convenience store. Did I sleep awkwardly? Okay, I'm back in chat. No, it wasn't how I slept, because I was fine when I got up. I did sleep in a little bit, but I was also up late, so I think I still got, the normal amount of sleep. But, yeah, I went across the street and just, pick up some stuff. And, it wasn't a big load. I got home, just a couple of things until I go to the grocery store properly again. Came home, laid down on the couch, took my pants off, noticed that I forgot to lock the door. I was like, oh, I'll get up and get that. And when I did, I don't know, I guess just the way I bent, the way I get up, it didn't feel like anything should have been different, but I tried to get up, and all of a sudden, from the very base of my spine, pain just irradiated up through my back, and I was like, oh no. It was a bad time. I'm okay now, mostly. There's still it's still a little sore, but feels like the kind of thing I should probably go to the doctor for, but I'm not going to because I'm stubborn. Also, Sammy says that it's treat time. I'll take it easy. We're fine. Everything's good. Are there any babies? I have no babies. Where are my babies? Why am I... Vento! How's it going? Thank you so much for the Tier 2 resub for 25 months. Both of those numbers are amazing. Vento, I appreciate you. You are amazing. You're beautiful. I would say the things that I would do to show my appreciation for you, but we got to keep this PG-13, so I'm not going to do that. But it is treat time, so let's give someone a... Anyone? You? No? Razzle? Anyone? No? All my babies have left me? Alright, we'll save them for later. Vento, I want you to know that I thought of you today, and I'll tell you the reason why I thought of you, is because I clicked on a random YouTube video that was called Riddle Me This, Batman, and of course the video starts, and it's got, it's like screen caps from, the new movie, and it's playing, the dark, serious music. It's like, dun, 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 dun. And, someone doing an impression of, the Paul Dano Riddler voice, Riddle me this, Batman! And I was like, okay, where's this video going? Why do they call it oven when... Oh, god damn it! Immediately thought of you. Anyway, I have no babies. I see you're over in the bed, but you're too lazy to get up. I'm not bringing it to you. You gotta come get it if you wants it. Alright, babies will have treats later. When the of in cold food, of out hot, eat the food. Exactly. Vento knows exactly what I'm talking about. Speaks to my soul. Alright, we have no babies. That'll come later, I'm sure. We'll have an opportunity. But I tell you what I do have my friends. Look at all these good peeps in chat. Look at all these fantastic heroes coming to join me while this broken old man plays a children's game from, what, 2008? When the hell did this come out? A children's game for 2008 for a console that was already basically done by the time it came out. Ugh. Ugh. You weren't sure where that's going, but you're glad that's your brand. I mean, it's because you are the one person I know would get to that joke. Ugh. Like, it's because you are like the one person I could think of where it's like, I can tell Vento about this. I do not know, I do not know, like, there's probably other people I know that would, you know, understand the reference, but I don't know if they would. Like, I don't know offhand anyone that would. Like, you are the one person I thought, I was like, okay, he's like the one person I can tell about this and won't look at me like I'm a psychopath. Anyway, we're playing Spoderman. How do I play this again? I forget. I've got the lizard. The lizard was the last one we unlocked. I think we're trying to the lizard in the next stage. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more sidekicks to get. I thought that was Wolverine for a second there when I looked at it, but it's Iron Fist. Okay. Shakespeare walks into a bar. Barkeep says, "Oi, mate, you're a bard." Very good. Being oppressed by the government, figuring out your taxes. Oh, the worst. The worst thing to want, or to need to have to do. Doesn't say to want to do. Nobody wants to do it. Let's go into the unearthed catacombs. So if I remember what was going on in this game, in terms of story, it was something about phantoms. Yeah, the enemies are the phantoms. Basically, these meteorites crashed that had, like, pieces of symbiotes in them. And someone found them and, like, used the symbiote pieces to make these robot enemy things called phantoms. Oh, there's some scarabs. We're gonna have some mummy stuff going on in here. We gotta call Brendan Fraser. I don't remember how to play this game. I'm sure we'll get it. All right. Huh. Right, there we go. Let's figure out how to use the lizard. I haven't really used him yet. But yeah, basically Nick Fury recruited us to deal with this whole phantom thing with all these, you know, weird half-symbiote robot enemy things that someone is building. My theory is Mysterio, just because. Like, I've seen a couple of aesthetic things that reminded me that it might be Mysterio. Oh yeah, whoever is doing this is also, like, taking control of, like, some of the villains with some kind of, like, mind control dealy bop. Which is why they've, like, some of them are joining us. I don't think that was the deal with the lizard. The lizard was just like, you know, this is like good mode lizard. This is like, you know, Kurt Connors, like, in control lizard. But, yeah, for some of the baddies like Doc Ock and stuff, they, the baddie tried to, like, mentally control them with some kind of tech, so when we freed them, they basically joined the team to,
the gate is open.
To help us go against them. Hence the title of the game being Friend or Foe, because we've got both heroes and villains that are playable. But yeah, dealing with taxes and stuff, always a real annoyance, gotta say. Not a fan. There we go. Whew, okay. This. Okay. You're rocking the tired as heck and headachy combo. Oh no, Nanners. I hope you're able to relax and hopefully feel better. Can't wait to play as Or. Oh my god. Oh, by the way, I did update one of the channel point redeems because it's one that oh, I can get across. Okay. The read a random page redeem. I changed that for now. I do like play around with that and like put different stuff in that slot. But for now I changed it to read a random paragraph from the official handbook of the Marvel Universe.
Go and save the city.
I'm going, I'm trying, we'll get it, we'll make it happen. Yeah, I changed it to basically read a random paragraph, because that's a little bit easier than repositioning the camera and stuff. It was cool. Doing the random page thing worked when that was like a button on Marvel Unlimited, and I could like cast from my tablet to the computer. But when that's not an option, it's a little tougher, because like I could do it with like the camera and stuff. Then that, you know, means I need to like change my setup on the fly and stuff like that. Try it out. All right, Appa's gonna try it out. All right, let's see. This just gives me a chance to kind of like use my voice on something else. So let me bring up a file. What I need to do too is I want to, I haven't done this yet, but I want to like load up all these pages onto like on a tablet and get like an app that like picks a random image out of it. But for now, let's just go with, you know, the tried and true method for picking a random file is that I put my fingers on the arrow keys and I go, all right, it's gonna be Z, something starting with Z, and then where are we to? All right, I managed to get like all the way to the end because we're at Zax, who is spelled Z-Z-Z-A-X, who was like, whenever you list Marvel characters alphabetically, Zax is always at the end. So I think I just, you know, brought us all the way to the end of it. All right, let's go with this random paragraph here. Zax was the product of an accident that occurred at the Consolidated Edison nuclear power plant when a group of heavily armed terrorists attempted to shut down the power for New York City. The explosion that their stray gunfire caused started a chain reaction in the atomic reactor, creating a psionically charged electromagnetic field of humanoid form. Because that's how that works. As the electromagnetic form grew, it incinerated the people who stood in its way, absorbing the electro-psionic fields generated by their brains, because that's how that works, and thus acquired a human intelligence, because that's how that works. As it began to think and became aware of its surroundings, it developed rudimentary speech and named itself Zax, an imitation of the electrostatic crackle it made when it moved. As it killed more human beings, it grew more intelligent. Consequently, it began a campaign of murder and destruction in order to increase its intelligence. Further, Zax clashed with both the Hulk and Hawkeye, see Hawkeye. Zax short-circuited and its constituent field dissipated when Hawkeye shot an arrow attached to a long conducting wire through Zax into the East River. That's funny. That's funny that Zax is a Hulk villain that was defeated by Hawkeye. That's how that works, superpower. I mean, sometimes with this comic book stuff, you've got to just say, all right, I guess that works. Checks out. Oh, and Sammy wants me to narrate a line. All right, let's do this one. And then Venom did a backflip, snapped Thanos' neck, and saved the day. Hype. Love that. Love that. Awesome. Spectacular. Let's see here. I'm sure there's some universe where that happened. Although I don't think Venom was ever that much of a badass. Let's see here. Yeah, let's continue what we're doing. I haven't really mentioned this, but the Lizard is fun to play as. He feels pretty good. He's got some cool aerial combos. That's how I like to do it. Didn't think I'd actually say the word hype. I figured I'd wedge that one in there. We gotta get a bit of hype. Gotta get a bit of hype in there. One of the new emotes I'm getting for the channel is actually going to be a hype emote. And I'm really happy with the initial preview of that one. I think that one's going to be good. That one's going to be the higher bit emote. So, you know, if people are given the bits, they're going to have some access to some hype stuff.
Come on, this way.
I like playing as the Lizard. The Lizard is actually cool. I like his aerial combo is neat. Like, he stays in the air for a good second. Like, it feels like the lizard is good against aerial enemies. Once again, the thing with this game, too, is that it's very child-friendly. Like, it's not as hardcore as, you know, as those movie-based games we played in terms of difficulty. So, the only time we really have... Like, the only time getting a game over is even a concern is when you're up against a boss. Otherwise, you just kind of respawn in. Make you want to try getting Marvel vs. Capcom 2 up and running? Oh, yes. As most lizards do, yes. And a lizard feels cool to play as. Oh, he's done. I'm back. Yeah, in this one, if you die, you just kind of respawn. The thing the consequence of dying is that you lose some of the, orb things that you... I don't know what they're called, but the sparkly orb things that you collect in the game, you drop a bunch of those when you die. And those are, like, how you level up your character and stuff. But it does kind of... It makes sense that you would just respawn in like that, because the thing is... like, this is meant to be a co-op game, obviously, so... It would be annoying if, like, you died and then, like, your co-op partner just, like, kept going for another, like, 10-15 minutes and you just weren't able to play. So it makes sense. The time, like I said, the time that there's actual, like, stakes and consequences to dying is during the boss fight. Because if you die during a boss fight, then you don't respawn, and of course if both characters die, then you need to start the boss fight over. But, if you're playing single player like I am... Ow, I'm like getting the crap kicked out of me. Alright, what I need to do, I think, is just... Let's just be Spider-Man. Actually, how do I shoot my stuff? That's that. Web shoot? There we go. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. But yeah, if you die during an actual boss fight, like, you might actually have to start it over. Like, if both characters die, you would need to do the boss fight over again. Which is why we're using all of our upgrade points in Spider-Man. Because you need to have Spider-Man on the team. Like, you can have... The second character slot, you can choose from, like, a bunch of different characters you can unlock, but player 1 is always Spider-Man. So, since he's always going to be there for the boss fights, I'm, like, leveling him up exclusively. With, like, health and stuff to make sure he dies. Oh. Make sure he doesn't die, rather. Make sure he lives. Oh, God. So much for that. Because, yeah, when you're playing just the actual levels, it's a lot more low stakes. Come on. Go down, you big beesh. This guy has a lot of... This guy is just a freaking health tank. Good lord. I know this game isn't particularly difficult, but, you know... I feel like just giving the enemies more health is not the good way to, you know, try and make it a bit more challenging. Where's my water? Here it is. Apparently Moon Knight is being reviewed bombed for being too woke? That just furthers my theory that people have no idea what that word actually means.
Excuse me, but do we have any plans?
Or more to the point, I have no idea what people mean when they say that anymore. How in the... What? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. I cannot take the word woke seriously as, like, a negative thing. Because it's like, what are you even criticizing at this point?
These guys are toast.
Like, what? Do you expect your art and entertainment to be... Like, I guess I shouldn't say they expect them to be bereft of all political messaging or, you know, social awareness. That's not what they want. They just want all the political messaging to be, you know, consistent with what they already think. complaint with the new Batman, but it was literally like 2 lines people were getting fussy over. What ones?
Something has my spider sense going.
I mean, I got nothing wrong. I don't mind something being woke or not. Like, you know, it's no sweat off my teeth. You know, if anything, being socially aware is probably a good thing, but, you know, not every story necessarily needs to focus on that kind of thing. The ones that do can be good, and the ones that don't can also be good. Anyway, my point for saying that is that with the new Batman, it's like a old school detective crime noir thriller. Like, wokeness is not... Like, what are you complaining about at that point?
The way is clear.
Catwoman makes a comment about Bruce Wayne being a rich, privileged white boy. He is! He is! He is, though! How can you get mad at that? It's objectively true. I'm so mad. That's so dumb. I'm sorry. That's such a silly thing to get mad about. Oh God, people. Oh, the people that complain about that. How dare you slander me with something so accurate? I know, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. It's like people that get upset by the very notion of privilege, but the dude was literally born into wealth and inherited a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Yeah. I can see, and you know, even if you make arguments about his own personal tragedy and what he tries to do with what he has and all that, like blah blah blah, you know, it's still Batman. You can totally see why someone in the universe would think of Bruce Wayne as some rich, privileged white boy, because he kinda is. Oh boy. There was a new Batman? There was, yeah. I saw it. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. My positive review of it is basically that I don't know if it's my favorite Batman movie, necessarily, but it is definitely the best one at being a Batman movie. Like, it does a better job of being a Batman story than any other Batman movie. Because there are some good Batman movies. Like, I enjoy the Tim Burton movies. I really like the Nolan ones. They're all really good movies. But they don't necessarily feel as accurate to the idea of Batman as the new one does. And I think, for me, a big part of that is that the new one actually and I'm not going to spoil anything, obviously, but the new one actually leans into the detective aspect. Like I said, it's, you know, if I had to put it into a genre, it's a, you know, crime noir, like, detective movie starring Batman, which is basically what Batman should be. Enjoyed the first 3 quarters great. I think the last 20 minutes let it down. I see what you're saying there. And I don't necessarily disagree. But like I said, I applaud it for definitely trying harder than the other movies to be a Batman movie, first and foremost. As opposed to... I mean, you could say that it's... What is Matt Reeves? Is that the director? Like, you could say that this is Matt Reeves' take on Batman. Sure, like, you could say that. But, like, some of the previous movies, like, you know, the 80s ones, The 80s one, I guess the other some in that series were in the 90s, but, you know, Batman 89 is like... Batman 89 is Tim Burton's interpretation of Batman. Batman Begins is Christopher Nolan's interpretation of Batman. And sure, you can say, you know, the new one is Matt Reeves' interpretation of Batman, but to me, it and the story itself feel more like Batman should, if that makes sense. Didn't know that was out. Heard he was going to be Batman. Really Batman. Yeah, it was really good. Actually, he was surprisingly, like, I don't even want to say surprisingly because Robert Pattinson is a really good actor. And honestly, I shouldn't even say I haven't seen him in much. I don't know if I've really seen, like, movies with him in it. Because it's not like I've watched the Twilight films, even though that's what everyone is familiar with him from. But, yeah, he nailed it as Batman. The Snyder Batman, that was a choice. I mean, it looked good. It was cast well. I like the action in it.
I have a very bad feeling. We need to get through.
Whoop. I like, heard The Lighthouse is really good. Oh, I've heard that's really good too. Isn't Willem Dafoe in that as well? I've heard that movie is like crazy. I should watch that at some point. I don't get like make time to like sit down and watch films very often. Oh right, he wasn't Harry Potter. I have seen those. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't make time to like sit down and watch films very much. I should check out The Lighthouse though. Because I've heard that it's nuts. People ragging on Patterson for Twilight is like saying DiCaprio is a bad actor for Critters 3. Oh my god, was he... Okay, first of all, I'm learning that DiCaprio was in Critters 3. Secondly, I'm learning that there was a third Critters movie. So, I'm learning a lot today. I don't remember if the Ultimate Edition of Batman vs. Superman was R-rated or not, but, I remember hearing about like an R-rated cut of that movie, and I think it was the Weekly Planet podcast I was listening to. I've talked about that before. I think that's what it was, where someone said something along the lines of, "I don't want an R-rated cut of that movie. I want a PG cut. I want a G-rated cut of that movie, where you get to the scene where Batman throws like a grenade into the room that the other guy, the henchman is in. And instead of getting blown up, the henchman like dives into some passage or, you know, escapes unharmed. And then Batman looks at the camera and says, "I knew he'd do that, so that wasn't attempted murder." For as divisive as that movie is, it's fine. It's whatever. I don't know if I'm just like old and apathetic, or if I'm just like getting apathetic in my old age, but I feel like a lot of movies that like people are like really hyped up on, or, you know, one way or the other, like either like movies that are like super duper divisive, a lot of them I'm like, yeah, it's fine. That's like, I am not inviting a discussion about this for what it's worth. Like, I don't want to get political. I don't want to like start a heated debate. So, like, we don't necessarily need to get into the details of this. But so I might regret saying this, but here goes. I thought The Last Jedi was just fine. Whatever. There's stuff in it I liked and stuff I didn't like. It's an extremely divisive film that some people love and some people hate. I'm like, it's fine. To be fair, also, you know, just so people know where my brain's at. I fall more on the positive side for The Last Jedi than I do for Batman v Superman. Oh my god, this guy's not losing health. What has happened? Oh my god. Alright, well this strategy is not working, because his health bar is goddamn enormous. Alright, well, I'm just gonna go in and start whacking at him. You prefer Last Jedi over The Rise of Skywalker? Oh yeah, I can totally see that. I like The Rise of Skywalker, but that movie is absolutely a hot mess. Like, funnily enough, like, it's actually make a good comparison would be, the theatrical cut of Justice League, which I watched once in the theaters when I first came out. Where I was like, well, that was a bit of a hot mess, but I kind of enjoyed it. I think I was also very, like, once again, I've watched it once. I think I'm pretty forgiving, or I was, you know, when I watched it, of the theatrical cut of Justice League. I was pretty forgiving of that just because I was pretty aware of the behind-the-scenes madness. So, when I watched it and it was anything resembling coherent, I was like, alright, that was fine. For everything that went on behind the scenes, they managed to technically make a movie that had a coherent plot. And that, in my opinion, puts it one step ahead of, like, the Michael Bay Transformers movies. But yeah, for stuff like that, I am, like, I'm more willing to just, like, kind of roll with and be like, eh, it's fine, whatever. It was fine.
Victory.
But yeah, and maybe it's because of my... Well, you know what, I wouldn't even say it's because of my particular fandoms, because I'm a fan of both DC and Star Wars, but just in the way they were done, like, I think I'm more of a fan of the newer Star Wars movies than some of the DC movies. Yeah, well, it depends. Like I said, I'm not looking to, like, you know, throw out any hot takes, but I'm also not looking to rag on them. But they have to find the Allspark. Yeah, once again, I'm not trying to, like, crap on stuff or rag on it or whatever, but yeah, I feel like one of the few, like, for stuff like that, like Batman v Superman or like the Star Wars sequels and stuff like that, like even the ones that I don't love, I can, like, you know, sit down, watch them, have a decent enough time with them, be like, yeah, that was something. The movies that I can't do that with, that are like, you know, the only movies that actually upset me with how bad I think they are, and once again, I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum. If you guys enjoy these movies, that's on you, but the Michael Bay Transformers movies are like the one, like, it's the one series of films I'm like, I can't. I just can't. I cannot. That is the situation in which I cannot even. Also, Kino wants a smash point, so I'm going to make that happen real good. All this rambling and being a bitch is making me forget that my back hurts, which is good for me. Theatrical cut is much better once you watch the Snyder Cut. See, I haven't seen the Snyder Cut, and I wouldn't mind seeing it, but HBO Max is not available in Canada, and I don't care enough to do whatever VPN shenanigans would make it happen. So I guess I just don't get to watch that movie. And it's probably available somewhere else. Like, I think I can get, like, HBO stuff through Crave or something like that. It's on DVD. I'll get around to it eventually when there's frickin'... when I have, like, 17 hours to spend watching it, or however long that goddamn thing is. But I mean, I wasn't super hyped on, you know, Man of Steel or Batman v Superman anyway. I thought they were okay. More so Man of Steel. I thought that was alright. But wasn't super pleased with the direction of it. I liked Wonder Woman. Thought they were okay, the Transformers movies? Yeah, I wasn't... Hey, look, I beat the level. Look at me go. I watched, I remember watching the first one. I will say this. The first one is okay. You like the first one? Yeah, the first one is okay. Like, the thing I was talking about were being able to, like, watch a movie and be like, yeah, fine, that was okay. I'm more in that camp in, like, the first one. The second one is more of a mess, and it more annoys me. And the third one is the only movie I've ever watched where somehow an action sequence was so boring to me that I got angry. Like, the action scenes in Dark of the Moon or whatever it's called, where, like, the climax starts and then it goes on for, like, an hour and a half, and I'm, like, sitting there watching this being like, end! Just end! And that's all I've got to say about it. We're not going on about it. And that's where I stopped watching. That's where I was done. That's where I was completely done, was the third one. Because I've watched the first one in theaters, and I thought, that was fine. That was okay. We'll see where they go. And then the second one was what it was. And then you get to I didn't watch the third one in theaters, because after the third one came out, and I was like, oh, whatever, I'm done. And then I think I was dating someone at one point who hadn't seen them before and wanted to watch them. I was like, okay, well, I don't remember if, like, the fourth one was out by now. It might have just been the 3, but we watched the 3, so I rewatched the first one and the second one, and, you know, pretty much had the same opinion. And then the third one just kept going and going and going. Action scenes that made no sense and didn't go anywhere, and the action wasn't even good because you couldn't even tell what the hell was going on because it was just close-ups of metal clanking into each other, and I was like, just end. For the love of God, why won't this movie end? And I loved, like, I grew up with Transformers. Like, I'm a fan of Transformers, but good God. Jesus. Only remember one thing from the third movie, and that is Ironhide dies. I still think, I don't know if funny is the right word, but I think it is an interesting choice that in the first Michael Bay Transformers movie, spoiler alert, near the end, Megatron just up and kills Jazz, rips him in half, and bear in mind, like, Jazz is one of the few characters to survive, because for those who don't know, the original animated Transformers movie that is canon to the original series and takes place in between seasons 2 and 3, that's a bloodbath. A lot of... Because in an 80s children cartoon, characters don't really die. Hang on, let me get into this level, and then I can keep rambling. This might be a boss fight, actually. But let me get into this, and then I can keep rambling while I'm fighting the boss. And people might know where I'm going with this if they're familiar with the characters already. Alright, we're in. Yeah, so in 80s cartoons, like, obviously, characters don't really die in 80s cartoons. Like, they're kid-friendly. But in movies, people can die. You can have stakes. So, in the original Transformers animated series from the 80s, you know, nothing bad ever happened in the actual cartoon, but in the movie that took place between seasons 2 and 3, oh, you could have stakes there. Which basically meant that the writers were allowed to kill off a ton of the characters. Because, let's not mince words, Transformers cartoons, especially that one from the 80s, completely made to sell toys. That is the point of that series. Transformers, the animated series from the 80s, is a toy commercial. So, between seasons 2 and 3, they had the movie, where half of the point was to kill off a bunch of the characters from the first 2 seasons
Now that was impressive.
to make room for the new toys. You got to kill off the old toys to make room for the new toys. Some of them were killed off very unceremoniously. Some of them were killed in, ways that were actually somewhat gruesome. Oopsie. Okay, I survived. But one of the few characters who didn't who didn't die was Jazz. Jazz was one of the most notable Autobots in the first couple of seasons. He is basically Optimus Prime's second in command. He was voiced by Scatman Crothers. He continued to be like a fairly notable character in the third and fourth seasons. More so the third, I think. The fourth season's only a couple episodes long. And traditionally, I think in like Transformers Animated, he was voiced by Phil LaMarr. I don't remember who voiced him in the movie. Darius something? I don't remember. But my point is that Jazz, as a character, traditionally voiced by a black actor. Like, Jazz is the Autobot who, in pretty much every interpretation, maybe there are some, exceptions here or there, but, yes, he is a character who is traditionally played by a black actor, despite the fact that he's an alien robot. That's just kind of, a thing. So, lo and behold, in the first Michael Bay movie, he was the only Autobot to die in the end. And I remember watching this the first time being like, did they just kill the black robot and nobody else? So. Oh, God. Yeah, when you're... Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, Kat. Yeah, when you're a fan of something, makes it more disappointing or frustrating when people bring something and F it up. I think it's more frustrating when, because, like... Dang it. I don't care that much, because... Well, here's the thing. When it comes to, once again, stuff like the Star Wars sequels, or, like, the DC movies, or stuff like that, I'm not necessarily... Like, I don't get upset about, like, new things that come out and, like, mess up, Like, I don't perceive it as, like, being messed up because the old stuff still exists. Like, Ghostbusters is a good example. Like, I haven't seen the Ghostbusters reboot. I have seen the new one. I like the new one. The reboot looks like it would be fine, whatever. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But, people get upset about that kind of thing sometimes. Like, it happens a lot with, like, reboots. But especially with reboots and stuff, like, I don't get upset when a new thing comes out and I don't like it, because I still have the originals, Like, it's not ruining anything because the originals still exist. Star Wars is a funny example because I would argue that in some way Star Wars is ruined, but it's not because the prequels or the sequels ruined it. It's because you can't get the original theatrical cuts of Star Wars, like, legitimately on Blu-ray or anything like that. Like, out of all the franchises and series that people complain are, like, ruined, Star Wars is the closest one people have to having a point, and it's not because of any new stuff that comes out. It's because... George Lucas refused to ever, like, release the, to release the originals again, like the actual theatrical cuts. And now Disney, for whatever reason, can't or won't either. But you definitely know that's, some kind of deal they made beforehand. Like, that was some kind of... That must be some kind of, condition of the buyout. Because we all know how much Disney is a fan of money. So, if Disney could release, like, really nice, like, cleaned up Blu-ray high-res versions of the original theatrical cut, they would totally do that. They would absolutely do that. But the fact that they haven't kind of tells me that there must have been some kind of clause in the deal with old Georgie that they weren't to do that. So yeah, even when you had them on VHS, they were heavily altered. Yeah, I do have the original, like, mostly theatrical cuts. I think the only change to the VHS versions I have is that they added Episode 4, A New Hope, to the original movie. Because that was a change that was done really early on. Like, out of all the changes that have been done to the Star Wars movies, that was like the first one. And that was done back in, I don't know, maybe even the 80s?
I'd start punching right about now.
Like, you would need to have, like, a really early home video copy of that to have one that doesn't say Episode 4, A New Hope on it. Because the original title of that movie, in its theatrical run, was just Star Wars. It wasn't until home video... I'm pretty sure it wasn't until home video releases that that Episode 4 was added. Episode 4 was added in 1979 re-release? Oh yeah, that's even earlier than I thought. I thought it was in, like, 80s. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, I have, you know, that notwithstanding, I have the original VHS box set that has the, theatrical cuts. Yeah, by then they knew there'd be a sequel, yep. And, you know, people, like, because they made Episode 1, 2, and 3 afterwards, you know, in 99 onward, people get confused by that. It's like, why is Episode 4 first? Why is that like, why did they start with 4? And the reason of that is, like, simpler than people think. It's not because there was some grand plan or anything like that, although I'm sure that, you know, George did have plenty of ideas of that in mind, and maybe even he did want to, you know, do the prequel trilogy from the jump, but mostly the reason it starts at quote-unquote Episode 4, the first movie is called Episode 4, it is the same reason why they have the opening crawl. The reason the opening crawl is there is that it is a reference to, like, old movie serials, where, like, back in the 40s and 50s or whenever, like, you would go to a film, and before the film, they would play the, like, an episode of a movie serial. Back before, like, you know, back before television was a thing, that's how we had, like, smaller episodes, and there was stuff like, funnily enough, I'm pretty sure, I would have to check, but I think the first live-action adaptation of a Marvel property was one of those 1940s movie serials, because there was a Captain America one. And people might be familiar that there was an old Batman one as well, there was a Superman one, Flash Gordon, I think? Hey Blue, how's it going? But yeah, there were, like, old movie serials that would play. I don't know how long those kind of things would be, but they would play before a movie, and they were episodic. And so, like, one episode would end, and, like, it would continue in the next one. And so, of course, you know, people go into the films, they, you know, an episode would play before a movie, but they might not necessarily have seen the previous episode. So it would come up, like, you know, episode Captain America, episode whatever, and then it would have, like, a recap of the previous episode, letting you know, like, what was going on, so you know, you could get thrust, like, right into the story without needing to have watched the previous episodes. Like, just get you right in there. And that is why Star Wars has an opening crawl. That is why the first movie is called Episode 4. It is a reference to 1940s movie serials, where you would start, the movie would start, and you might not, the episode would start, and you might not necessarily have seen the previous episode, but you would get a text recap, and you could go from there. Like, that is why Star Wars starts the way that it does. It's just that after that, when it came to, like, you know, making more movies, George rolled with that and filled in episode 1, 2, and 3. Which kind of breaks the conceit. Like, funnily enough, the way he ended up doing episodes 1, 2, and 3 kind of breaks the conceit of the opening crawl and stuff. Because then it stops being that. And it even kind of stopped being that with Empire Strikes Back, because the opening crawl of Empire Strikes Back is not a recap of A New Hope. It tells stuff that happened in between. So, the conceit kind of got broken right away. But more so with the prequels, because, you know, in that case, obviously there are reveals and you know, revelations in those movies that the audience is clearly not meant to know, that are supposed to be a surprise. But if you watch the prequels beforehand, you would know, and it wouldn't be a surprise. It's a recap of Rogue One. I like Rogue One. Rogue One is very good, in my opinion.
I believe that is all of them.
Funnily enough, Rogue One, the way it's structured, makes a more, like, if you think about it in movie, in the movie serial idea, Rogue One makes more sense as an episode 3 than, I think I'm going down now, than the actual episode 3. Because it's directly before episode 4. Where, you know, the old movie serial idea, am I going the wrong way? I might be. Oh no, this is right. The old movie serial idea, you wouldn't... Hang on a sec.
I'm not seeing anything here but a whole lot of
Hey, Sandman.
sand.
Yeah, it makes sense that he'd be here. Yeah, in the old movie serial thing, you wouldn't necessarily have one episode, and then that ends, and then the next episode picks up 20 years later in terms of the story. I don't know, maybe there was something like that. I don't know. I haven't watched them. But if you watch Star Wars... If you watch the Star Wars movie in, like, order of the numbers, it's like episode 1, then 3 years later, episode 2, then 3 years later is episode 3, like, roughly. Like, they're roughly 3 years apart in terms of the story. It's like, and then 20 years later, I think 19 technically, is episode 4. Then 3 years later is 5, and then 3 years later is 6. The guy who wrote that, stream sometimes. He tried to raid a channel you were watching once. You're set up only to let friends raid. Interesting. That's funny. Let's see here. Okay, so we got a Sandman boss. Yeah, 8 and 9 do follow up each other pretty quickly. Yeah, I think 9 might be like almost directly after 8. You know, we were talking about Rise of Skywalker earlier, episode 9. You know what my big hot take about episode 9 is? Is that it should have been 2 movies. There was so much... Because the biggest problem with that, with The Rise of Skywalker, is that it's rushed. They tried to course correct, and they spent a lot of time, you know, partly because of the reaction to The Last Jedi, and I guess just, you know... because Abrams had his own ideas of where he wanted to go with that, with the series. He tried to course correct, which, okay, whatever, that's fine. But then it ended up being like, the first 20 minutes of that movie are like very rushed. So, honestly, like, they could have spent 2 movies like telling a decent story, instead of, like, you know, that was better explained what was going on, instead of, like, trying to cram everything into one movie and it feeling very rushed, especially at the beginning as a result. But of course the problem there is that Disney was too married to the idea of it needing to be a trilogy. What do you call a baby monkey? A chimp off the old block. Hey, Burrow, how's it going? Thank you for joining us. Haven't seen 8 or 9. You've seen 1 through 7 and Rogue One. That's respectable. 8 and 9 are fine. Like I said, a lot of people really like 8, but, you know, some people really hate it, so your mileage may vary there. I personally think both of those were all right. I'm not necessarily going to tell you that you need to go out and watch them. But I'm also not going to tell you not to. So, you know, if you're interested in more Star Wars, they are there. But, ooh. I would probably say that you've seen all the Star Wars you necessarily need to. Actually, you know what I would recommend over that if you haven't seen it is the Clone Wars. Well, that might be tricky. The animated series, because I've been watching it and I've been enjoying it, but it's also, like, not great a lot of the time. It has some good highs and some low lows. Like, some of it is iffy. But, overall, there's some good stuff in there. Season 1 and 2 are a thing. I mean, I just finished watching Season 4, and a lot of that was not great, too. A lot of Season 4 was not... The ending of Season 4 is fantastic. Like, the last episode of Season 4 and the first of Season 5. And I'm not going to post any spoilers. I'm sure there are people that haven't watched Clone Wars, but... like, the ending of Season 4, the start of Season 5, really liked it. A lot of Season 4 was just kind of, like, not great. But, yeah, if you want more Star Wars and you haven't seen the Clone Wars, you would probably want to look... Because apparently there are, like, watch lists online which tell you, like, which episodes you should watch and which ones you should skip. And, you know, after watching a bunch of the series, I can totally see why those are a thing. It's okay, Boro. We love jokes that get booze in here. Okay, Lizard's down. Let's finish this with Spidey. We got all the upgrades and stuff, so we should be okay. Oh, yeah. I should have just switched to Spidey for the boss fight, because he's the one I've actually got leveled up. Alright, we got him. Feel like it's not worth your energy right now? I mean, that's cool, too. Like I said, it took me a long time to get around to it, and I consider myself a Star Wars fan, so it's not something you necessarily need to go out and watch right away.
Being mind controlled, but I totally saved you. And now you're gonna offer to help me find out who did this to you.
Where am I?
Okay, so you're being mind controlled, but I totally saved you.
Yeah, I think the way the mind control devices are shaped, it gives me a Mysterio vibe. That's part of the reason I think Mysterio might be behind this. But yeah, I will say, one thing that the Clone Wars definitely does better than the prequels in general, in my opinion, is the characterization of Anakin Skywalker, and it does a much better job of foreshadowing and setting up where he eventually ends up. Taking a breather on Star Trek. See, I've only watched the original series and like a bunch of the movies in terms of Star Trek, so you know I can't even make a judgment there. Also, Blue wanted a smash point, so let me make that happen real quick.
Don't forget to upgrade your
go.
new sidekicks at the upgrade lab.
Cartoons are really good. Oh, you mean for Star Trek? Think I'd like Next Generation. I need to get around to it as well. Yeah, for a second I thought you were talking about Star Wars. With Star Wars, the Boba Fett show was okay. I really like The Mandalorian, though. I kind of wish that I watched Clone Wars before Mandalorian in some way, but also it was watching The Mandalorian that made me want to go back and watch the Clone Wars because there is some, like, crossover there. Okay, so we got Sandman on our team now, so that's cool. Middle of a chronological watch of Star Trek? Nice. Maybe I'll get around to Star Trek at some point. I'll have to see if it's on, like, a streaming service now. I know it was on Netflix a while ago. I don't know if it still is. Like Star Trek, I mean. Let's see here. I think Spider-Man is upgraded all the way already, yeah.
Web Lab.
Let's go... this. Do this. Sure, why not? Okay. It's on Paramount, left Netflix. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, because I heard that Paramount had their own thing. They do all the Star Trek stuff. Hey, Derps, how's it going? Superman number 49 from 1990 has the reveal that when Mr. Mxyzptlk gets bored of tormenting Superman, he harasses the Fantastic Four's Impossible Man. That's funny. There are some surprising, like, Marvel DC crossovers like that. Like, I don't remember offhand, but there is a DC character that is technically Mantis from Marvel. Because after... oh, shoot, I don't remember the writer offhand. But after, like, he did the Celestial Madonna story arc in Marvel, like, he went over to DC and continued it there. And that is technically Marvel canon, the fact that she went to another universe under a different identity and did stuff, because in editions of the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, it makes reference to the fact that Mantis went to other universes and did stuff, and obviously it doesn't, you know, in the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, it doesn't specifically, like, call out, like, DC names, at least not in Mantis's entry, but it does, like, in her, in the official handbook, under her aliases, it does list, what her name was, like, when she was featured in stories published by other comic publishers. So those are technically Marvel canon. Let's see. It's like how the Justice League Avengers crossover is also Marvel canon, even though it, like, never gets referenced, but it is mentioned in the official handbook of the Marvel Universe. I can't remember if they might not call, like, the Justice League characters out by name in there, but it does like, reference it. Howard the Duck in the Marvel is actually a clone of the real Howard smuggled back from the Image universe. Yep, that was a thing. I talked about that. I've actually talked about that one on the channel. That one is intentionally vague, where it kind of depends on what canon you're talking about. Like, in the Marvel canon, you can make the argument that maybe it is the, like, in the Marvel canon current books, it is supposed to be Howard, versus, like, in the Image canon or whatever, it's, you know, that's the real one. But it's one of those things where it's like it was intentionally left vague. But yeah, the implication was that the one in the Marvel universe was a clone and the real one moved elsewhere. But yeah, I talked about that in my video on the elf with a gun. So if you haven't seen my video about the elf with a gun, you should probably watch my video about the elf with a gun, because it's about an elf with a gun, and weirdly that comes up because he was involved in that. That's another one that, and I mentioned this in that video too. Like, I was kind of sly about how I talked about it, but yeah, the elf with a gun is another character that showed up, like, in DC at one point, as like a reference. Let's see here. I gave Blue his smash point. Silver wants one. Did I give Blue? I did. That's done. How's it going, Silver? Thank you for joining us, by the way. So we got a smash point for Silver Bullet. And there we go. Okay. So we are about an hour in, so I need to stand up and grab some more water and stretch my back out and stuff, because, as I mentioned earlier, had some sore spots here today. So we're going to take a few minutes, and I'm going to stand up, and then we will be right back. Greetings, true believers, and welcome to another incredible episode of History of the Marvel Universe. This show is sponsored in part by Patreon supporters. If you would like to contribute and vote in monthly polls, you can head over to patreon.com/MaryMarvelite and sign up for as little as $1 a month. A link is in the description below. In a previous video, we talked in depth about the Kree-Skrull War, an intergalactic conflict which raged for millions of years. Because of its value as a strategic location between empires, the Earth was very nearly drawn into the war. It was thanks to the efforts of the Avengers, Captain Marvel, the Kree Supreme Intelligence, and the human Rick Jones that a full-scale invasion of Earth was prevented, and an uneasy peace was established between the Kree and the Skrulls. Following this, the Avenger Iron Man called together a meeting of Earth's leading superhumans in the technologically advanced African nation of Wakanda. This meeting was hosted by the Wakandan king, T'Challa, otherwise known as the Black Panther. Others in attendance included Dr. Stephen Strange, the Master of the Mystic Arts, Professor Charles Xavier, mutants' right activist and founder of the X-Men, Reed Richards, otherwise known as Mr. Fantastic of the world-famous Fantastic Four, Black Bolt, the king of the hidden superpowered race known as the Inhumans, and Prince Namor, the Submariner, the ruler of the undersea kingdom of Atlantis. In the wake of the Kree-Skrull War, Iron Man, Tony Stark, suggested they marshal their forces, forming a united front which would send a message to the rest of the universe that the Earth was under their protection. However, the others agreed that not only would it be nearly impossible to rally all of the heroes under one banner, but doing so would also turn the general population against them. However, Mr. Fantastic put forth the idea that meeting and sharing information would be beneficial. The Avengers, the Inhumans, and his own Fantastic Four each had information regarding the Kree-Skrull War, but not the full picture. The others agreed, but Namor in particular insisted that no information they shared was to be discussed outside of that particular group. The meetings would need to be conducted in absolute secrecy, with not even their friends, family, or teammates being aware of them. With Professor X present, one of the world's most powerful telepaths. Okie dokie, I'm back. We're back. I've got some more water, ready to go. Yeah, I always like thinking about those, like comic book and like video games are another good one, like crossover things. Like a fun mental thing like to try to do is, and it's surprisingly easy to like connect any two characters, is try and think of like two fictional characters that you cannot, like, it would be crazy if they met. Like, it would be completely unthinkable if two characters met. Like, how would that even work? I was like, just while I was using the washroom, I thought of a good example. Would be like Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story and Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Like, how weird would it be if Buzz Lightyear met Scorpion from Mortal Kombat? But, consider this. Buzz Lightyear met Sora in Kingdom Hearts 3. Sora was in Super Smash Bros. With Ryu from Street Fighter. Ryu from Street Fighter was in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 with Spider-Man. Spider-Man has met Superman in a comic book crossover, and Superman has fought Scorpion from Mortal Kombat in DC Universe vs. Mortal Kombat. That's kind of thing. Just because there have been like so many like weird random crossovers that you can pick any two fictional characters and like 10 degrees of Kevin Bacon them. Like, Kingdom Hearts is a good one there. Anyone that's ever been in a video game, Kingdom Hearts, Super Smash Brothers is a huge one that connects a ton of stuff. Marvel vs. Capcom connects a ton of stuff. The fact that Marvel and DC have connected with each other, and the fact that, like, you know, Mortal Kombat had connected with DC opens up possibilities. There was that weird Japanese exclusive Smash clone on the GameCube that had like Optimus Prime and Higgins from Adventure Island and Solid Snake and one of the Belmonts, I think. The kid from Beyblade was in it. That was a weird game. Yeah, Sora even goes to San Francisco. Yep, that connects him to Marvel. Because technically Big Hero 6 is based on a Marvel property. So, technically, Hero from Big Hero 6 in the comics has met Sunfire, who was one of the X-Men, who, of course, you know, that just opens up the entire Marvel universe right there. Like the fact that he's, you know, been with the X-Men. Hey, Jakester, how's it going? Let me get you that Smash point. Let me do that. And then we'll get back to the game. There we go. Crossovers, man. Nuts. Okay, let's back out of here. Oh, let me turn the volume back up. There it is. Oh, 2 more games on the wish list. Mom gave me more money. Nice. That's awesome. What games did you get? Let's see. Wind Waker and Metroid Prime Trilogy. Oh, yes. So you got those off the Wii U eShop? Hell yeah. Hang on. Can I do this from here? I think I can. Boink. Bonked it. I'm glad the first time chatter thing always highlights the bots for me. Basically sends off a signal flare.
And you too, Colonel Fury.
Don't start with me, computer. Just show us what's next.
Stokerstadt, Transylvania. 45.
Right now, I'm about to go to Transylvania. Is anybody else creeped out that I'm going to Transylvania? Because I gotta tell you, I am.
Dracula,
Transylvania's
Dracula,
just another
Dracula.
bit of land full of ghost stories, kid. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, come on.
There is unexplained atmospheric interference. Initial scans of the area indicate the highest concentration of phantom signatures yet.
Don't let her spook you.
Average phantom symbiote index is at 53%.
Computer, just skip to the relevant facts.
Meteor shard located. Shard appears to be guarded by creature with symbiote rating of 100%. Recommend aborting
Oh,
mission.
Carnage.
Sounds good
I
to
bet
me.
it's going to be Carnage.
Spider-Man, it's probably just a glitch in our system. There's no way the Phantoms could have gone to maximum index that quickly.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, things couldn't.
Additional life form detected. Phantom signatures surrounding life form are disappearing at an alarming rate.
Oh,
There's
please be
something
Blade.
tougher than the phantoms down there?
Affirmative.
Huh? I guess we'll just hope that whatever it is, it's on our side. Good luck, Spider-Man.
Okay, yeah. I'll just go see what the super powerful Phantom Hunter is, and then I'll deal
Oh,
with
it's
the
got to be
shit.
Blade.
And then I'll probably, you know, hide under my bed for a few days if that's cool with you guys.
Be careful, Spider-Man.
We're going to Transylvania. Come on. Put Dracula in. Dracula is Marvel canon. Literally. I've got a whole video about vampires and how they fit into Marvel lore. Literally canon. For those who don't know, Blade's first appearance was in an issue of the series Tomb of Dracula. Alright, so we got Sandman. So let's give this a try. This is a cool looking level. When I was a kid, I always liked, I don't know about you guys, but I always liked the haunted house levels when I was a kid. Like in Banjo-Kazooie, stuff like Mad Monster Mansion, or anything this way? No. Oh, hang on. Or, you know, Mario had like the Boo houses and stuff, like Mario 64 especially. I always liked those. Morbius technically isn't a vampire. Morbius is a science vampire. He's not a Varnayan vampire, which is what the supernatural vampires are. Which is why Morbius is referred to as a living vampire, as opposed to an undead vampire. The Boo House is in Mario World. Hey, Dragon, how's it going? Yeah, I gotta love the spooky stuff. Wind Waker, you want it to be your first Zelda when you were younger? Wind Waker is good. But yeah, so you're getting that stuff off of the Wii U eShop, I assume? Before it goes down. That's a good call. Let's see here. Yeah, another thing going on in the story of this game is, like I mentioned earlier, whoever is making these Phantom things is incorporating symbiotes into them. So like a certain percentage of each Phantom is symbiote. But apparently the symbiotes are like taking more and more control over these things. Like a higher percentage of each one is alien mass. And I'm assuming that things are not going to be good if they start, like, you know, being full symbiote, then, because I guess whoever's making the Phantoms will just lose control over them at that point. Four Swords became your first one? Oh, you mean Four Swords Adventure on the GameCube? That was okay from what I remember, but, you know, it's certainly not your traditional Zelda. It's more of a multiplayer game.
Let's go.
It's one of those games where, oh, the first Four Swords? Oh, the one that was like a, on the Game Boy Advance? Did your points go through? Oh, you mean your, you did Smash points? Yes. Yes. Oh, but you redeemed a treat time. That's right. Sorry about that. I missed that. Had the DSi version. Oh, they did like, I forgot about that they did a separate one for DSi that was able to be like, that was able to be single player. Because the reason I didn't think of the original, the reason I didn't think you meant the first Four Swords is because the original release of that was multiplayer only. That might be why you had a bad time with it, because the DSi version, like, basically put in a single player mode that was not meant to be, like, what it was originally. Because Four Swords, the original game, was a... Hang on a sec. Oh. Nope. That way. There we go. Yeah. Four Swords, the original game, was not a standalone game. The original Four Swords was a bonus mode for the Game Boy Advance release of A Link to the Past. That was multiplayer only. So, yes, if Four Swords, the DSi release, was your first Zelda game, that is not a good introduction to the series, because the DSi release of Four Swords is a multiplayer mode for an extra game that was re-released with a single player playability patched in. So, yeah. Why do I know all this trivia? I don't know. My brain just squeezes out everything like potentially useful or important, and in order to make room for this kind of thing. Arcade by Nick Cage, that would be amazing. Hey, speaking of useless trivia that's in my brain, did you guys know that Nick Cage is named after Luke Cage? Here you go, baby. Here you go, baby. Who's a good girl? Get like another one for Zant there. Oh, hang on. Jakester's got a treat time as well. I got a couple saved for Zant. Usually he gets them right away, but there you go. I think I ruined Luke Cage. No, because like Nick Cage, like his here you go. His actual birth name is like Nicholas Coppola or something like that. Or Coppola, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but because he's the nephew of like the noteworthy filmmaker Francis Ford Coppola. He wanted to like change his last name to avoid getting work based only on his name. I think that's the story I've heard anyway. But yes, he changed his name to Nick Cage after Marvel Comics superhero Luke Cage. I think the other part of that story that's weird if you didn't already know it is the fact that Nick Cage is Francis Ford Coppola's nephew. David Tennant and his whole last name thing. Oh, I was not familiar with that one. I do know that director Duncan Jones, who is David Bowie's son, I believe, changed his name to Duncan Jones because his legal birth name was something like, not even something like, it was, trying to make sure I get it right, Zowie Bowie. So Duncan Jones's birth name was Zowie Bowie because he was David Bowie's son. And I'm saying it like that because that's like technically how you're supposed to say it. People in North America usually call him David Bowie. I think Bowie is technically how it's supposed to be pronounced. So his son was named Zowie Bowie. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. That's the weird one for me. Xanta's still in his bed, but I've got him saving some treats for him, so I'm sure he'll come over in a bit. Whew. Yeah, I can't imagine why he would change that. Okay. Let's see. I bet Blade is going to be in this, and it's going to be amazing. Lucifer from Sandman was based on David Bowie. I need to read Sandman at some point. That is like a huge, important work that I haven't actually read. I'm like familiar with it, but I haven't really read it myself. I should like look into like buying some collections of that to put on the shelf when, or at least like, you know, the first one to, you know, check it out. I'll have to look into it, see what the collected editions look like. After you play Four Swords on DSi, you never wanted to play a Zelda game until Breath of the Wild. Ooh. Funnily enough, another, like, very non-traditional Zelda. Obviously, Breath of the Wild is very good, but still very different from a lot of other Zelda games. Wind Waker is a bit more traditional. The whole sailing mechanic is obviously very, very unique to Wind Waker, but, the structure of that game, like, how it approaches things, is more traditional Zelda. See, yeah, if that one was your first one, that would, like, make more sense as an introduction to the series. I think my first one was Ocarina. Because I had an NES growing up, but I didn't have either of the NES Zelda games back then. It wasn't until Ocarina that I started playing them. Now I'm a big fan of the series. Want Wind Waker and Minish Cap? Oh, Minish Cap is really good. I remember loving that one when I played it. Couldn't get a lot of games? Yeah. No, that's understandable. You do own Minish Cap now? Oh, yeah. And that's another one that's on the eShop as well. I know I have it on there.
Looks like that did it.
I might do the Zelda games on stream at some point, but that'll be like way, way, way in the future because I want to do some stuff I haven't played first. But yeah, I remember really liking Minish Cap when I played it. I like that one a lot.
Spider-Man, party of two? Your bad guys are ready.
Say, can the others tolerate you, or is it just me that can't handle it?
That was a good line. Sandman being like, so can the other guys tolerate you, or is it just me that can't handle it? That was a good delivery on that. I liked it. Also, I don't know who's voicing him, but given that this, you know, the characters in this are loosely based on the Sam Raimi trilogy, those versions of the characters, the guy doing the voice of Sandman is doing, like, a pretty decent Thomas Hayden Church impression. Not bad. Oh. There we go. Let's see what else we got here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love is the best Zelda game. Is that the... That's the one that was only in Japan, right? I think Rosie's Rupee Land was the Tingle game that came out in, like, the UK. But I think Trip of Love is, like, the Japanese exclusive one. So I've not played that. Good lord. Because, yes, Tingle has, like, 2 games, technically. There we go. Punch you in the back. Done. Can't shrink and grow at will. Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing where, like, that's specifically designed for, like, specific points where you can do that, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time since I played it, to be honest. So I don't remember a ton of the details. What is this? I don't know, but I'm taking it. I'm taking it with me. Yeah, tree stumps and pots and stuff like that, yeah. Oh, this do? What this do? Ooh, I have made bridge. I'm still taking this with me. I see someone, I'm going to throw it at them, but still. Hey, look, there's another one. Ah! I did it.
You keep singing, I'm gonna smack you in the teeth. Seriously.
Oh my god, the guy voicing Sandman in this is great. Fantastic. There we go. Let's get rid of these guys. Oh, I'm so looking forward to Blade being in this. It's gotta be Blade, right? Also looking forward to seeing Blade in the MCU, because that's going to be a thing at some point now. They already teased him, and this is not really a spoiler because, you know, you don't see him, but they do hint towards him. Oh, hang on, not that way. But they did hint at Blade at the end of Eternals. So, what are we playing this on? We are playing this on the PlayStation 2. This is the PS2 version of this game. You did like the Blade movies? I thought they were pretty good. I've seen the first 2. I didn't see the third one. But I probably don't have to. I think we've talked about this before, but Blade... The thing about Blade that no one realizes because of the movies is that he's supposed to be British. Blade was born and raised in London in the comics. Okay. Didn't know that. Yeah, he's
I suppose you're looking to pick a fight.
They aren't, but I am.
he's from jolly old London. Born in Soho, I think, technically.
Something has my spider sense going.
Give me British Wesley Snipes. Yeah, that's the thing. Wesley Snipes had the look down, just didn't really do the accent, which, you know, don't blame him. He doesn't need to be British or anything like that, but it's just like a weird thing that people would, like, never really realize. Normally, a lot of these superhero movies, they end up getting British actors to play American characters that, like, specifically don't do the British accent. Although now in Moon Knight, we've got Oscar Isaac doing a British Stephen Grant, which is pretty great. Doctor Strange, yep, exactly. Doctor Strange or Spider-Man is like the other one. They got a British actor for Spider-Man with Tom Holland. Tom Holland! Poor old British boy. Yeah, getting British characters to play these, or getting British actors, rather, to play these characters that are canonically from New York. And then having, like, poor little Tom Holland trying to hide his accent. Ah, he does a good job. Ugh. In Civil War, like when he first shows up, it's a little more obvious that he's like trying. Stop with that accent. It's so bad. It's supposed to be. Don't worry, I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm just doing my poor little Tom Holland impression. This is what he sounds... No, it's not. That's not what he sounds like. Yeah, in Civil War, especially in that scene when he, like, shows up in the costume for the first time, it's a little more obvious there that he's, like, you know, putting on an American accent. But aside from that, pretty good. I also think it's probably easier to, like, put on a, it's probably easier to fake an American accent because they're, the American accent is less defined because, you know, the United States is so big that, there are different accents all over, and you know, this is true for most countries, you know. There's more than one British accent, for example, you know. You know, having a posh British accent and being all Cockney is not necessarily the same thing, but yeah, like with the American accent is a lot less well defined because, you know, it's such a big country. Well, if everyone thinks of posh snobby Brits, oh yeah. Oh man, but like like a rowdy Cockney accent, that's like the best one though. The 20 accents in London alone? Yeah, that is true. Let's see. What's up, Jakester? Wouldn't even know what your accent would be classified as. Yeah, and I, like, you know, in this day and age is like a whole other thing because I'm sure I've got like a bit of a Canadian accent. But, having been raised on, like, you know, a lot of American television as well, or, like, you know, even Canadian cartoons I've watched have had, like, you know, actors from all over the country. So I end up having, like, more of just kind of, like, the generic, like, what I refer to as, like, the generic North American TV accent, you know? And that kind of just ends up, like, what the, you know, that kind of ends up being, like, what the, you know, quote-unquote generic American accent is. It's like what's on, you know, American TV.
Let him have it, Spider-Man!
But then my Canadian starts coming out a little bit when I say words like sorry. Which I refuse to pronounce as sorry. Because there's a goddamn O in it. Cockney is a dead accent? That is funny. Yeah, I don't imagine you would hear a lot of people, you know, just speaking normally like that. You know, also I don't know. Obviously, I'm not meaning to accent shame anybody or anything like that. The other day your mom got you a pop figure of a character called Spider-Man 2211. Know anything about him? Oh, I don't remember his real name offhand. I think it's Max something, but I think I know the dude you're talking about. Does he have, like, a blue, white, and red costume, and he's got, like, a red helmet with multiple eyes, and I think, like, spider legs on the back? I don't know if the pop figure has that stuff, but I think that's what he looks like. Because if he's the guy that I'm thinking about, which I'm pretty sure he is, his name is like Max something, yeah, 6 arms, yeah, that's the one. He, there was a crossover story in the 90s where Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2099, Miguel O'Hara, met. It was a one-shot that was literally called Spider-Man Meets Spider-Man 2099. And in the end of that, that guy showed up, Spider-Man 2211. So basically, he's the Spider-Man from the year 2211. And he showed up again, like, in a few issues of Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. But that's about it. He has a strange design. Yeah, I think part of that was intentional, because, once again, he's like kind of a one-off character. Like, he showed up again since then, but... I think that's part of the point, where, like, he shows up, it's like, here's this even weirder Spider-Man from even further in the future. So, like, yeah, that was his whole deal. Hang on, I'll bring up his page really quick. I should have it here while you're asking about it. See if I've got it here. Spider-Man 2211. Yeah, here we go. Max Bourne. That's what his name was. Here, let me bring it up real quick. I'm actually going to put it on the screen. This is not what I want. I want this. I want an image. I'm going to browse in my handbook pages. We're going to go 2211. Yeah, that's right. There was a Hobgoblin from that year as well. Oops. 2211. Here we go. This is the one. Max Bourne. In the 23rd century of an alternate timeline, Earth 9500, Dr. Max Bourne was his generation's Spider-Man and the superpowered leader of an organization guarding the time streams. Temporal predictions, Bourne arrested his daughter, Robin, for crimes she had not yet committed. Robin's boyfriend enabled her to... Was she the Hobgoblin? Oh yeah, his daughter was the Hobgoblin from that era. Yeah, they don't really have anything about his origin here, but that's because that story was just kind of never really told. But yeah, that's the dude. Max Bourne, the Spider-Man from the year 2211 AD. This guy ever show up in the Spider-Verse? I don't think so. I could be wrong. He might have been... He probably had, like, a cameo appearance somewhere, but I don't remember if he had, like, specifically showed up in the Spider-Verse comic at any point. But yeah, that basically his whole deal is that he's a Spider-Man from even further in the future than the 2099 one. But yeah, I'm sure he would have had like a cameo appearance somewhere at the very least, but I don't remember specifically. I would need to look that up on the wiki. Alright, this thing is getting annoying. I'm just going to use Spider-Man to like punch him. I guess Spider-Man leveled up, so he's actually able to take on bosses and stuff. Spiders-Man. Spiders-Man is a good one.
Uh-oh. This doesn't look good.
For those who are not familiar, Spiders-Man is a sentient swarm of spiders that that ate Peter Parker and absorbed his consciousness. And so, like, Spiders-Man has, like, the mind and the memories of Peter Parker, but he's like a pile of sentient spiders crammed into a Spider-Man suit. Because that's how that works. See, now you're getting it. Like, he's a version of Spider-Man where if you pulled off the mask, it's just a pile of spiders. He's also kind of evil, if I remember right. Not a good guy. I guess being a pile of spiders actually makes you kind of crazy. Yeah, the 1000. That's another weird one. So, I've considered doing like a video on the 1000, just because it would A, it would be a quick one, and B, it has like a good hook for like, you know, the basic idea of what the video is, and that is whatever happened to the radioactive spider that bit Peter Parker. And the answer to that is that some other kid ate it and turned into a sentient swarm of spiders. Like his body turned into spiders or something like that. It's actually kind of a disturbing story. But yeah, that's why he was called the Thousand, because it was like 1,000 spiders or something like that. There was like one main one that was in control. If I remember right, I think there was a point in like his introductory story where like, you know, at first he just looks like a dude, but then he gets hit and like the top of his head kind of comes off and like spiders come out or something like that. Freaky stuff. I'm almost glad that wasn't drawn in like a super realistic style. Like I remember the story where that introduced him was like kind of cartoonishly drawn. Oh, that's right. He did do that, derps. He like ate people from the inside out and wore their skin. That might be what I'm thinking of, where like, you know, he got hit and like the skin ripped open and the spiders came out. I forgot about that. That was messed up.
Hey, I got a great idea. Let's check out that creepy old house.
But yeah, he has not appeared since, like, because he's, you know, seemingly died at the end of that story, as villains sometimes do. But I don't think they ever brought him back after that. If I remember correctly. Okay. Yeah, all the spiders got electrocuted, and the final one got stepped on after swearing revenge. Yeah, I remember that the last one got stepped on. I do remember that. Yeah, that was in, like, the series Spider-Man's Tangled Web. I think that was, like, the first story in that series. Which was, it was an interesting series in that, like, you know, it was kind of, like, each one was, like, a weird story. Sure. I think I've got web shots, like, all upgraded completely now. So I think I'm just not going to worry about upgrades anymore. I think, like, I've got what I need. So we're just going to, like, proceed onward through the levels and try to finish this game tonight. Shouldn't be too much trouble. Transylvania! Come on, they gotta have Dracula in this thing. Yeah, the other thing with it, like, if I did, theoretically, a video talking about whatever happened to that spider, is that it would give me an excuse to talk about Silk as well. Actually, yeah, because that would be a good one, because there's not, like, a lot to say about the Thousand. Like, theming it around, like, the spider itself, you know, that would let me talk a little bit about Spider-Man's origin. You know, most people are familiar with it, but, you know, just kind of, like, go over the basics of what happened briefly. And we could talk about Silk, and I could talk about the Thousand. Like, you know, all together, that would be a decently beefy video. Versus just the Thousand, there's not really a lot to say. I think that's everyone. I think it's like 3 people that got powers off of the same spider. I could be mistaken, but I think that's right. I don't know if there's anyone else that got powers off the same goddamn spider. Which is funny because it died. It, like, died immediately. I always thought that was a weird thing in the Raimi movies, like, you know, whatever happened to that spider after it bit Peter Parker. Because it, like, crawled off, I think? Versus, like, even if you don't include, like, the Thousand stuff or whatever happened afterwards, like, that was never really a question in the comics, because even in, like, the original origin story in Amazing Fantasy 15, it makes the point that, when the spider got, like, dosed with radiation, like, biting Peter Parker is just kind of what it did, like, right before it died. Like, it got spooked, it bit Peter, and then it died. Because it was like, ah! And just, like, panicked and bit him. Versus, like, the Raimi movies where it just kind of, like, strolls on down. It's like, ooh! Have a taste of this, yum yum yum. For a second there, I was going to make a joke, because he was in high school, referring him to a high school student, referring to him as a high school student, be like, ooh, take a bite of this. But I don't think I want to, in any sense, call attention to the fact that someone is a high school student and then say yum yum yum. There's no context where that's okay. Unless you're a spider about to give someone superpowers with radioactivity, because that's how that works, but still. Anyway. Peter Parker was like, what, 15, I think, in the comics? I think that's what they said in Civil War. Ages and stuff like that are always very, ambiguous. Like, it is very rare that they give someone, like, a solid canon age. I don't think it's pretty well accepted that Peter Parker was, like, roughly 15 when he got bit by the spider, because 15 is what he said in the Civil War comic. There might have been other stuff where they've referenced, like, 13, or, sorry, more like 14 or something like that. Miles was 13, I think. Miles was actually a little bit younger than Peter when he started. I'm not sure how old Miles is in the comic now. He's probably close to 18. I don't know if he's, like, actually an adult yet. Peter is like 30 by this point.
Let's get a move on.
At the start of, I think the 4th volume at the start, he was, 28. Because in that, at the start of that volume, it, confirmed that he'd been Spider-Man for 13 years at that point. Because, you know, 50 years in real life, 13 years in canon, that's how that works. I had to talk about the sliding timeline at some point, that's a whole thing. Talking to someone about original Morbius, he was sure he remembers him draining through his hands or something. That was in the 90s cartoon. That was a thing. That was not the original version of the character. But yes, in the 90s cartoon, Spider-Man the Animated Series, they, because that cartoon was more heavily censored than a lot of other stuff, they included Morbius. I don't even remember if they refer to him as a living vampire in that cartoon or not, or if they were allowed to say vampire, but,
Gates open.
yeah, they changed it in that cartoon so that instead of biting people, he had, like, these suction things on his hand. Like, it looked like leech suckers. They probably did refer to him as a vampire, because they talked about, like, how he got his powers from vampire bats, which is also how it happened in the comics. But yeah, he had, like, these leech sucker things on his hands, which is how he drained plasma, which is what they called it in the show, because they couldn't call it blood. They had to, like, they had to sidestep around the fact that he was draining blood, so they called it plasma, which is, like, the liquid part of blood, I think. So he's still doing it. They're just, like, talking around it. That sounds more terrifying. I would almost say it was.
Get ready. There's something coming.
Because, you know, standard comic Morbius just bites them in the neck and, like, drinks them.
This is what my life has come to. Fighting hologram monsters.
You ever want to step into a real fight? I'm right here with that.
But yeah, the leech thing is actually kind of grosser. They kind of made it worse. Which is funny. Like, by censoring it, it was actually more scary. So far, he hasn't shown up after that. I thought he was in an issue of Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man.
Get moving.
I could be mistaken. pretty sure the Hobgoblin was, like, his daughter, Hobgoblin, was in it. In that, series. I would have to look it up. He was at least on one of the covers, I think. Hang on. Let me, oh, Spider-Man 2011. Nah, it doesn't really say here. I don't have a page for him on this. Hang on.
You know,
Max
dinner now. Great
Born.
start.
Hang on, Sandman. I gotta look this up. Max Born Earth 9500. I'm using my Marvel Google skills. They're actually coming in handy. Max Born Earth 9500.
Like to be doing something.
James Bourne. No, that's not right. Dang it. Spider-Man 2211. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Max Born Earth 9500. Yeah, 7 appearances on the wiki. Yeah, he was in Spider-Verse. Yeah, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man 9 and 10. Yeah, he was in those as well. I knew I remembered that. And then he was in Volume 3 of Amazing Spider-Man, because that's where Spider-Verse was. Apparently he was in a Deadpool Infinite comic as well? Weird. Anyway. Blood plasma is a light amber-colored liquid component in his blood. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like a part of blood. So, he's still draining blood. They just, you know, don't say the word blood. Let's see, where are we going? Speaking of vampires, Dracula better be in this goddamn game. Maybe Morbius will be here, actually. Maybe they'll have Morbius instead. We're definitely gonna have Blade, like, that's obvious. Coconut milk can actually be used as a substitute for plasma in case of emergency blood transfusion? Interesting. I guess that makes a certain amount of sense. I mean, you know, coconuts have milk, flesh, and hair, so they're basically mammals. I don't see why you couldn't get a blood transfusion from a coconut. Because that's how that works. That's how that's just science. I don't know what to tell you. There we go. Ugh. Come on, show me Dracula in this goddamn game.
And stay down.
I know I'm going to get around to playing Castlevania at some point. There's definitely going to be some Dracula in there. Is there anything in here? Nah, that's just like extra thing. Whatever. Come to think of it, I don't care about extra stuff. If I wanted to, like, unlock a stage for multiplayer, I could go that way. But I don't think I really care. I think we just want to go. Oh, okay. You've heard about putting lime in the coconut, but have you heard of putting coconut in the blood?
I'll punch you don't start fighting these guys.
Go. Just use them as IV bags for fluids? Oh god. I don't know how medically accurate all of this stuff is, but I believe it. Sure, why not? Go with it. Oh god. I got exploded. Exploded into little bits. Yep. Come here. Get out of here. Let's try my web shot. I powered that up. Oh, that works. Let's do like a Kamehame web. By the way, for you Pokemon fans out there, I saw on YouTube, I had this recommended. I saw a video of from the anime of Machoke, I think, doing a Focus Blast, which was basically just a Kamehameha, which was amazing. Bop, 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 bop. There you go. Alright, sick of these enemies. Let's get through this stage. Give me another character to play as. I know we're gonna unlock Blade at some point. So, I'm sure, like, it showed me a dude with a sword and we're in Transylvania. It's gotta be Blade. Let's get that sweet Wesley Snipes action. Action. He's probably not gonna have a British accent, but whatever. One of my favorite Blade interactions was I think it was during Damnation, but it was Blade talking to Elsa Bloodstone, who is a world famous monster hunter. And she was like, I don't know what the big deal about hunting vampires is. Like, I'm the best monster hunter in the world, and I almost never run into any vampires. And Blade is like, yeah, you're welcome. Thought that was a good one.
Do you think it ruins the excitement with us always winning?
It ruins the mood, you always talking. Yeah.
God, Sandman has the best quotes in this game. It's amazing. Alright, let me play as Sandy again. I like trying out the different characters. It's fun. Okay. Hello? Oh. Okay. Spooky.
Looks like trouble.
Gonna head off. Alright, thanks for hanging out, Kat. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You're welcome anytime. There better be a goddamn vampire at some point in this game. Send me to a haunted house in Transylvania. If I don't get to meet a vampire, I'm gonna be upset about it. I'll be mad. Ah! Okay, I'm busting out the Spider-Man for this because I've, like, upgraded his punches and kicks. And this thing has too much dang health. I see this game takes the approach to difficulty where they're just throwing more and more enemies at me with big health bars. Because that's always fun. That's always the way to make the game more challenging, is just have more enemies that that take longer to fight. Tempted to play Prime Trilogy before you do Super Metroid? Not a bad idea. I still need to play Prime at some point, but, you know, it's on my list. If I had a nickel every time I said there was a game I needed to play, I'd have, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks. I could, like, I could go, like, McDonald's off of that. You know? Get a Big Mac. I don't really eat fast food anymore, but still. Although I did have some, I've been having some hamburgers lately. Those are good. Like, ones I got at the store. It's like treating myself a little bit to them. Just because I hardly ever eat hamburgers, so I got some, like, you know, last week or last time I went to the store. I picked up some, like, sirloin / prime rib hamburgers that are pretty nice. Not the kind of thing I can do all the time, but, you know, pretty decent. Looking forward to doing Super because of how fun it looks. I do really like Super. Super is an amazing game. It holds up really well. Like, obviously art is subjective, but I feel like if you try to look at things objectively as much as you can, in my opinion, Super Metroid is, like, one of the best games ever made. When you take it in the context of its time, obviously, because there have been a lot of stuff since then. But a lot of the games that are in, like, the same style since then are as good as they are because they're, like, taking after Super Metroid. So let me put it this way, like, when Super Metroid came out, it probably was the best game of all time at the time, is kind of what I'm trying to say.
Is it me, or are we just asking for trouble by being in here?
And obviously that is an opinion thing, but I think, in my opinion, like, with hindsight, in my opinion, when Super Metroid came out, it probably was the best game of all time at that point. Too bad the Prime Trilogy doesn't have your favorite Metroid villain. Aw. Yeah, I guess he died for good in Super Metroid. No spoilsies if anybody knows differently, because obviously, you know, I haven't played Trilogy myself. Oh, Kraid. Oh, Kraid's not in it either, I guess. I don't know if Ridley is or not. No spoilsies, obviously. I think there's like a version of him at some point, but, you know, there's usually some version of Ridley. Or actually, no, because Super Metroid is after Metroid Prime, isn't it? Hey, there's Blade.
You need to point that somewhere else.
Name's Blade. I'm here chasing after something with eyes a lot like yours.
Like mine? No, no. It doesn't go.
Oh, right.
Does it?
Carnage is going to be here.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's Venom, and well.
Oh,
we're sort
Venom.
of
Right.
Related. If you're after him, I better help.
I don't know why I was thinking Carnage. Prime takes place before Metroid 2? Yes, 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 that's right, that's right. Yeah, it's between 1 and 2. You're right. I had my timeline mixed up in my head for a second there, but yeah, yes, yes. Chronologically, the Metroid Prime trilogy is between 1 and 2. And I think Metroid Prime Hunters is between Metroid Prime 1 and 2? I would need to look that up. I picked up Hunters on the eShop as well, so when I play the Prime trilogy, I'll probably try and slot that one in as well. Depends on how it controls and stuff. If, like, that one is even, like, worth doing. Alright, we got Blade. That's awesome. Let's see. Looks like we got 2 more to get. Someone up there. So one of these is definitely going to be Venom, but I wonder who the last one is. I guess we'll find out. Alright, I'm looking forward to trying out Blade. Right, then we got the last one in Transylvania here. Oh no, we got 2 more in Transylvania. Okay. So we got 2 more Transylvania levels. I mean, I've got to play as Blade in the Transylvania levels, but before we finish these levels off, I'm going to stand up, use the washroom. I am going to try to get in the habit of doing this every hour or so, just taking a quick break to, like, refresh myself, use the washroom, grab some water, and that way we'll see if I can get, like, the streams going a bit longer overall, if I, like, remember to continue to take breaks, but I'm going to do that now. I'm going to stand up, I'm going to grab some more water, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Greetings, true believers, and welcome to another incredible episode of History of the Marvel Universe. This show is sponsored in part by Patreon supporters. If you would like to contribute and vote in monthly polls, you can head over to patreon.com/MerryMarvelite and sign up for as little as $1 a month. A link is in the description below. In a previous video, we talked in depth about the Kree-Skrull War, an intergalactic conflict which raged for millions of years. Because of its value as a strategic location between empires, the Earth was very nearly drawn into the war. It was thanks to the efforts of the Avengers, Captain Marvel, the Kree Supreme Intelligence, and the human Rick Jones that a full-scale invasion of Earth was prevented, and an uneasy peace was established between the Kree and the Skrulls. Following this, the Avenger Iron Man called together a meeting of Earth's leading superhumans in the technologically advanced African nation of Wakanda. This meeting was hosted by the Wakandan king, T'Challa, otherwise known as the Black Panther. Others in attendance included Dr. Stephen Strange, the Master of the Mystic Arts, Professor Charles Xavier, mutants' right activist and founder of the X-Men, Reed Richards, otherwise known as Mr. Fantastic of the world-famous Fantastic Four, Black Bolt, the king of the hidden superpowered race known as the Inhumans, and Prince Namor, the Submariner, the ruler of the undersea kingdom of Atlantis. In the wake of the Kree-Skrull War, Iron Man, Tony Stark, suggested they marshal their forces, forming a united front which would send a message to the rest of the universe that the Earth was under their protection. However, the others agreed that not only would it be nearly impossible to rally all of the heroes under one banner, but doing so would also turn the general population against them. However, Mr. Fantastic put forth the idea that meeting and sharing information would be beneficial. The Avengers, the Inhumans, and his own Fantastic Four each had information regarding the Kree-Skrull War, but not the full picture. The others agreed, but Namor in particular insisted that no information they shared was to be discussed outside of that particular group. The meetings would need to be conducted in absolute secrecy, with not even their friends, family, or teammates being aware of them. With Professor X present, one of the world's most powerful telepaths, it will be made known if anyone betrayed that trust. However, Xavier would only do that if everyone in attendance unanimously agreed to those terms. But one person dissented, not believing these meetings were a good idea. T'Challa, the Black Panther, was concerned that the others were appointing themselves the Earth's protectors to decide what was best for everyone without oversight or outside advice. Furthermore, he worried about what would happen if during one of these meetings they found themselves at odds with one another. However, the others agreed to continue having regular secret meetings, and thus the Illuminati was formed. Before adjourning that first meeting, Professor X also discussed the... Okay, I appear to be back. Volume looks good. And hang on. Okay, before I start playing again, like I mentioned earlier about how my back is a little bit sore. Really weird today, how like just when I tried to get up off the couch, I had like really sharp pain radiating from like the base of my spine up through like a lot of my back and waist. It was really bad. So I'm going to do a stretch before I start playing the game again, but it's not going to be the usual kind of stretch. I'm going to bring you over to the cat cam. Don't judge me. Hang on a sec. Hang on. I got to lie down for a second here. I'm going to... I don't know why I decided that you needed to see that, but I have immediate regret. You ever do something and you're like, I shouldn't have done that? No, this is for Zant. Stop. Zant. You already had yours. Zant. Zant. Come up, buddy. Come up and say hello. Why are you doing that? All right, fine. I'll wait for you. I'll wait. There he is. Here you go. Here, does this make up for my tomfoolery? Also, I gotta say, for the first haircut I've ever, like, really given myself, I think this turned out okay. It's a little weird in the back, but I can't really see the back, so I don't really mind. Oh, thank you, Zilla. I appreciate you. I'm a tomfool, alright. Yeah, there is that. Alright, hang on. Let me do more traditional, just standing up and... Oh, God. I ate a pickle when I went out and got more water. That was nice. I like pickles. Oh, my God. Oh, that's where the pain is. Oh, oh, no. Oh, there's the pain. Oh, Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, work it out. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, that's the sore spot right there. Oh, boy, howdy. Oh, no. Oh, 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 no. Oh, hang on. Oh, oh. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. Don't take that out of context. Oh. Was it good for you too? Oh. Delete this VOD. Delete everything. Delete this VOD, then delete this channel. We were playing a video game. We should do that. Okay. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Everything's fine. We're going back to Transylvania. I'm gonna be able to play as Blade. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good time. Don't be concerned. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. What? Why?
Greetings,
Oh,
true
that was the
believers.
thing I wanted. Why are you judging me? Why you look at me like that? I feel the judgment. This is a good baby, though. She a good baby. Oh, ow. Okay. Cats are always judging you. Yeah, they'll do that.
A graveyard. Of course there's a graveyard. What's next? A giant creepy church?
See, I'm assuming we're not going to have Dracula here. We're just going to be fighting Venom, which, okay, whatever. At least I get to fight him with Blade, so that's something. I'll take it. Then I think we've got one more level after this, like one more set of levels. One more location, it seems.
Don't leave any standing.
Ooh. Blade's got some quick moves, that's good. Wonder what his grabs are like. Not a lot of range on them, but... Oh. Oh, he's got a gun, too. Okay, that's good. Okay. Ooh, he's got, like, the, Didn't he have something like that in the movie? Like the bladed boomerang thing?
Excellent!
Oh, that's really good. Blade's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, Blade is fun. I like the quicker characters. That's one thing I've noticed in this game, is that I like the quicker characters, like Blade and Lizard, Prowler. Blade is really fast. He's got some really fast attacks. I'm gonna want to try out some other characters, but I might power up Blade some. I might like put some points into giving him more attack power, and just play as Blade in the last. Because these sword attacks are really good. We'll see. We'll see who else I unlock. The coolest guy to ever be named Eric. Yeah. Yeah, Blade's real name is Eric Brooks. Eric Draven. Oh, yeah, the Crow. I was... Like, that name sounds familiar. The Crow, that's right. Another good one, another good one.
I'm done.
He really is British. Oh, that was the thing. The fact that his real name is Eric Brooks. You were like, oh, okay, so he is British. Yes. Though apparently his dad was Latvian. That was more of a recent thing. Well, recent. when I say recent, I mean like 2008. So, what, 15 years ago? Oh god. No, wait. How long ago was 2008? 14 years? Oh no. Oh no. The linear passage of time. My back hurts and 2008 was 14 years ago. I really am old. It's happened. It's happening right now. God dang it. At least I've still got my looks. 14 years ago is recent to Mary in terms of comic book lore. In terms of comic books, 2008 is like relatively recent compared to, like, you know, 1974. That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think it ruins the excitement with us always winning?
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what the last two characters are. One of them is Venom, obviously, but I don't know who the last one is going to be. I wonder if, like, Venom is going to be the last one we unlock, and then, like, the final character will be, like, a New Game Plus thing. Because there's, like, one, like, right at the very top that we haven't unlocked, and I don't know why that is. But it's, like, the first one, so that makes me feel like it's going to be, like, something special or something. But yes, I am old. Thank you for noticing. I have gray in my beard. You can't really see it that well on the camera, but here we are. I am turning 35 this year? In a month, actually. You too. At least you've got a decent beard, Jacob. At least you rock the beard. Guys, you're not following Jacob on Twitch. You should absolutely do so. Jacob is an awesome dino boy who has some positively spectacular facial hair. We don't really see the facial hair up much on stream. You know, that's kind of a non sequitur a little bit, but, you know, two things are true. Two things are true. There you go. Yeah, hell yeah, Jacob, get it. Yes, Jacob is good boy. We love Jurassic Jacob around here. Jakester streams too, actually. We got two good Jakes in here. We got Jakester and Jacob. Now, is that a problem with the thing, or is, like, the UPI or API or whatever it's called, is that being funky? Whatever. Point still stands. There we go. Come on. The last stream art, very nice. You know, you'd think it should say art, but I don't know what is wrong with the shoutout thing, whatever. There was, in fact, no game. Although I'm pretty sure there is a game called There Is No Game, so that's a whole other thing. There is no game. Done. I like how Blade's finishing animation when enemies are stunned is that he throws them up in the air and shoots them. Hi, buddy. Welcome back.
You'd better believe my spider sense is tingling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what is remaining here in terms of unlockable characters. Well, what were you arting last time, Jacob? What kind of art were you making? Sant, what are you doing? Stop tugging on that. I'll throw you across the room. Yeah, what kind of art were you doing? I hope you were having a fantastic time doing it. My god. Can I just run on ahead? Is this the type... I think this game is like the type of situation where I need to kill all the enemies before I can advance. It's like classic beat-em-up rules. But let me see if I can cheat that. Let me see if I can just run on ahead.
Come on, let's get him.
Yeah, this is like a beat of all the enemies room. Oh, Blade's got some good air combos as well. I would need to time them right with my jumps to be at the right height, but those could be good. Yeah, look at this. Grab, throw, gun. Nice. Kudos to Blade for, you know, bringing a gun to a kid's game. Love that. Also, just the sound effects of him, like, using a sword, not bad. Could use a little bit more variety, because it's kind of just the same sound as 3 times over, but whatever. Made some fan pixel art from a musical artist named, not even Bachfire? Mashup of his name in the old 90s game Crossfire. Oh, you mean Crossfire? You'll get caught up in the crossfire. I know what you're talking about. You'll get caught up in it. Yeah, this is loud. You will indeed get caught up in the crossfire. With the old commercial that made it seem way more rad than it actually was. I never actually had that game, but I'll remember that commercial. It's got one of the best commercials I've ever seen as a kid, just because that'll be stuck in my brain forever. Which is, you know, the sign of a good marketing, obviously, that you remember it. Go, come here. There we go. What's in here? Anything good? Seems to be like a dead end. It's like a collectible there, so I guess I'll grab that and go ahead. Played it as at your cousin's house as a youngster. Didn't that have something to do with just like shooting marbles back and forth? I think Spot was the only villain in Spider-Man the Animated Series Spidey was actually allowed to throw a punch at. Yeah, I remember that. I also remember that scene because it was had one of my favorite puns where you know, the Spot is this villain that can throw out portals, basically. Like, he's called the Spot because he's got like these black spots all over him, and he can basically throw them off, and they make these two-way portals. So I remember in the cartoon, he, like, had Spider-Man surrounded by all of these portals, and of course, like, he's punching through them, and, like, you know, hitting Spider-Man from elsewhere. And so Spidey uses his spider sense to figure out what portal to punch through, and then, like, his hand comes out next to him and, like, clocks the Spot in the face or whatever. And, of course, Spider-Man, you know, voiced by Christopher Daniel Burns in that spectacular Spider-Man voice, says, "Well, that hit the spot." Probably my favorite joke in that entire show. Ten out of 10. 10 out of 10 rating. That show was pretty solid. Like, given the fact that, that show was very hamstrung by both budget and censorship, it's amazing it was as good as it was.
The gate is open.
There's already a running joke about you'll get caught up in the Bach fire, which he was not a fan of. So it seems he wasn't a fan of my fan art. Aw, dang. That sucks. Same place you had a chance to play the Virtual Boy. I have never actually played a Virtual Boy. I don't care about this bonus stage. I can't go this way. Where am I? I don't care about the bonus stages. I'm not gonna do them. Let's see. Where am I going? Do I need to go through there? I doubt it. Alright, I guess I am going to do it. But come on, how can you be offended by that? The Crossfire song rules. Maybe I'm supposed to go this way? Ah, I got it. Okay, we're back on track. We're back on task. Everything's good. Ugh, sniffly. Ugh. What game am I playing next week? I think once we finish up this one, the next Marvel game on the list is Iron Man for the Xbox 360. Whoo boy. I've actually played that before. I don't think it was on my current account that I have, like my Mary Marvelite account, but I know I played that Iron Man game before, and it's been a long, long time. And I could be wrong, I could be misremembering, but I think, potentially, that I got 1,000 gamer score in that when I played it, like, years and years ago. Which is, you know, that game is not good or anything, so I don't know why I did that. I was way more completionist-y back then, I guess. But, yeah, for some reason, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, if I'm not making that up, I think years ago, when I played Iron Man, the movie, the game, for Xbox 360, I think I completed it 100%? We'll see how I feel about it going back to it. But the fact that I did that back in the day means it's probably not going to be that bad. It's certainly not going to be as bad as, like, Spider-Man 3 or anything like that. But yeah, they stopped making the movie-based games for the MCU after... What are you doing? Go over there. Go over there. Go. Okay. Remember Crimson Dynamo being in the game? I think you're right. I don't remember very well. It's been so long since I played that game. But yeah, for like the first phase of MCU movies, they made like games based on them, which were just kind of like okay at best. We played the Captain America one already. Like that was a while ago we played that, but yeah, we did Captain America on the channel already. That was okay. I think we did that one because like, I think I was planning on doing, like, the Blade game for Xbox at some point, but, like, I had, like, technical difficulties with something, so we did that one instead. It was, like, a last-moment switch, but, yeah, we did that one, like, out of order compared to the other games that we've been playing. But anyway, yeah, they stopped doing that after the first phase. We didn't even get, like, an Avengers game. I think Battle for Earth came out around the same time, which is the one that, if I'm not mistaken, is like loosely based on Secret Invasion. That one I have no idea how that game is going to play. I'll be very curious when we get to that. There's a game called Avengers Battle for Earth that I believe is loosely based off the Secret Invasion comic. And it was originally for Xbox Kinect. It was like for the 360 Kinect. But there's a version of it for Wii U, and that's what I have. So we're going to be playing like the Wii U, like a Wii U port of a Kinect game? I don't know. It's probably going to be weird, but I'm really curious. But yeah, we've got some MCU-based stuff coming up in future weeks here. Played a demo for X-Men Origins Wolverine. That game is actually pretty good. That one's a pretty decent, just like hack and slash game. I know that one I've played before as well. I know there's a way to unlock like his classic like yellow and blue costume. I might have to see if I think there's a way to put in a code to do that. So I might end up playing the game that way, like with the classic yellow and blue. Or we'll just do it normally. I don't know. Is there something in here? What's going on? Aha. An object. I found an item. That was neat. There was like an item hidden inside that box, but there was like a shadow on top of it as like a hint that there was something in there. That was neat. I like that. But yeah, X-Men Origins Wolverine. The game is actually better than the movie it's based on.
That's a giant creepy church up ahead, isn't it? Fantastic.
That is probably like the one example of like the video game being better than the movie it's based on.
Yeah, we get it.
Oh, goddamn. More of these guys. These guys are kind of freaky looking. I like that. I like how they got like the creepy, like, open rib cages. Oh, God. Okay, hang on. Let me bust out the Spider-Man. Oh. Oh. I accidentally did something. I did like a team-up attack? That worked? Ooh! We got a raid! Oh, QWERTY! Steph Utek, thank you for the raid. How's it going? What were you playing? Were you having a good time? Let me get a shout-out going on here. That's... yeah. Oh, hang on. There we go. Steph Utek. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. You're playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Very good, very good. I hope you're having a good time. I would ask what brings you over, but I assume that QWERTY is responsible for you joining us. The raids are always appreciated. If you don't know me, my name is Mary, the Mary Marvelite. I talk about comic books over on YouTube, typically explaining Marvel Comics lore, but on the weekends, I like to come here to Twitch, hang out with you guys, and play some video games. So today we are finishing up our playthrough of Spider-Man, Friend or Foe for the PlayStation 2. Decent time, decent time. It's a fun little, like, kid-friendly co-op game where you get to unlock a bunch of characters. Utek? Okay. So Steph Utek. Or I guess I can just say Steph if that's okay. Excuse me. Let's see. We also unlocked Blade as like a playable character, which is cool. Let's see here. Transylvania. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to power up Blade a little bit, because I like using him. I'm just going to go on a whim here and power up Blade. Character upgrades. Yeah, there's 2 more to unlock. It's going to be Venom and someone else. Toughness. I don't even really... yeah, strength. That's all that really matters. Yeah, he's rarely in things. Struggling at first when you got the hang of it. QWERTY brought you? Ah, very good. Oh, I did say... that makes more sense, honestly. I wasn't going to question him. But, really, I probably should question QWERTY. I see where I made my mistake. But yes, yes, welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. We are going to try to finish this game tonight. And yes, there's a decent selection of, like... the thing is, it's a co-op game, and player 1 is always Spider-Man because it is a Spider-Man game, obviously. But for, like, player 2, we have Prowler, Black Cat, Doc Ock, Green Goblin, Scorpion, Iron Fist, Rhino, Lizard, Sandman, and Blade, and there's, like, 2 more that are unlockable. I know one of them is going to be Venom. Maybe the other one will be Carnage? I don't know. Like playing as Blade in Ultimate Alliance after you unlocked him? Cool.
Amazing!
Oh, excellent. Steph, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome on in. Welcome to the team. Blade should have been in the MVC games? Oh, that'd be good. You know what? You know what game he's playable in, weirdly? The Ghost Rider PlayStation 2 game. We played that, and when you finish that game, you unlock Blade. And he controls, like, very differently from Ghost Rider. I think at some point, that game was hard, but we also, like, unlocked, like, a bunch of cheats. Like once you beat the game, you can play it on New Game Plus with, like,
Now we're talking.
Like, killing enemies in one hit and having, like, unlimited health and stuff like that. So at some point I might want to do like a Blade playthrough of that Ghost Rider game where we just like completely slaughter it in one go with cheats and using Blade. Oh. Also, I like how even though this is like a kid's game, Blade's finishing move is that he throws them up in the air and shoots them. That's pretty good. Blade's got some good stuff going on here.
You know, I've had nothing but bad experiences in big old creepy churches. I have a feeling that's not gonna change.
Okay, I was wondering why we were gonna have Venom here in Transylvania instead of like Dracula. Oh my God, another one! Oh my goodness, Mr. Bunny! Hell yeah! How's it going? Let me get a shout out for Mr. Bunny as well. Thank you much for joining me. What were you playing? Were you having a good time? I hope you were. Why did... No, not the paste button, the enter button. God damn it. There we go. Mr. Bunny! You were playing Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Very good. And thank you for the follow. Okay, Tsukuyomi Moon. There we go. I got it out. I figured it out. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And thank you for the raid, Mr. Bunny. I hope you were having a good time. We did the demo for Kirby when we did our last Tales from the Switch stream. That was pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, QWERTY's excited. QWERTY's excited about the Moon Goddess. Tsukuyomi Moon. I want to get it right. I want to be cool. I want to sound cool and get it right. I've never said... I'm a guy that talks about comic books on the internet for a living. I don't think anybody can ever accuse me of being cool. So... But I'm gonna try. I'll try, gosh dang it. I want to be cool. I want people to think I'm neat. But, yeah, so if you don't know me, of course, as I mentioned before, I talk about comic books on YouTube. Namely, Marvel Comics lore. I do like videos on that kind of thing. But on the weekends, I like to come here to Twitch, chill out with you guys, play some video games. And today we're playing Spider-Man, Friend or Foe for the PlayStation 2. And I'm playing as Blade, the Vampire Hunter. Even though there don't appear to be any vampires to hunt. But, you know, we're keeping our eyes open. That just means he's doing a good job. We're in Transylvania and there's no vampires? I mean... We got it. We got it. We're all about it. Do I need to press buttons? Yes, I do. Oh no, this is awkward. Oh no. Button? How do I... Okay. Where can I find this YouTube? Well, if you head over to youtube.com/MaryMarvelate, or if you put the command in the chat, !YouTube, yeah, Jacob's got it there, that'll take you on over. Recent video was all about the origin and the history of the Illuminati, which people tell me is an okay video, which I'm glad, because it's one of those ones that I wrote. And when it was done, I was like, I can't tell if this makes any sense or not. Gonna go golfing? Sounds good, Mr. Bunny. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing your peeps on in. QWERTY, I appreciate you. How do I... Alright. Can I... How do I door? Oh, I need to... You're up here. How do I... There we go. What? Come on. Get out of the window. Okay, there we go. Got it.
Let's get moving.
We're going. We got it. We figured it out.
Spider-Man?
Okay.
Two? Your bad guys are ready.
Oh my god.
Can't concentrate if you're cracking bad jokes.
Also, I like how, you know, as we established earlier, even though Blade in the comic books is technically supposed to be British, here we have just another interpretation that's just, you know, aping Wesley Snipes. Which, fine, that's like the version of the character that the general public is familiar with. And also, you know, this game in general is based off of the, loosely based off of the Raimi trilogy of Spider-Man movies. Like, aesthetically, that's what the villains' designs come from.
Let's go.
So, it makes more sense that Blade's design would also lean towards the film. Although it is cool that there are also characters that are, not from those films, like Black Cat and Iron Fist, or even the Lizard, like, just straight up looks like his comic book persona. It's just the characters that were in those films are more based off of those designs. There we go. Miss doing your makeup lore videos, talking about video games lore, and looking pretty? I mean, you can do it. I believe it. What's going on? Dead end? Dead end. We appear to have reached a dead end. Is there a way to... Okay, we're going back, I guess. I must have took a wrong turn to Albuquerque. Wait, where am I... Where am I going? I got turned around at some point. This way? Is this where I came from? I'm getting lost. This is where I came from. Is there anything over this way? I think this is just another extra, probably. Or anything in here that's worth getting? It's a collectible. Alright, I'll collect it. It's collectible, so I'll collect it. I think there was like one other place that I could go. That must be the path forward. We got it, we got it, we got it. So this way. Here we go. Ah ha ha! I did it. I went through the door that I didn't go through before. Well, this is not good. Alright. I'm glad this game is not overly long, because there is, like, a lot of just kind of the same kind of deal over and over again. Like, you go into a room, the door is closed, and then you need to kill all the enemies before you can move on. Like, it's not a bad game, but there's not a lot to it. It's pretty, it's pretty basic.
You lose. The end.
You expected a different outcome.
The most interesting part is just, like, finding all the different playable characters that are in it. But, I mean, as far as, like, a kid's game goes, like, something that's,
This place is huge.
accessible for a younger audience, with, like, a co-op, focus, for that kind of thing, for what it is, it's not bad. There we go. There we go. I mean, for that kind of thing, honestly, like, for games that are, like, appropriate for, like, a younger audience, in terms of decent stuff, your options are pretty limited.
Don't stop until they're
Like, when I worked at a store that sold used games, among other things, like, if a parent that didn't know a ton about games was, like, asking for recommendations for something for, like, a really young kid, especially, I would just tell them, like, recommend them to the Lego games. Especially if, like, one of them was, like, something that they were a fan of. Like, if you've got a kid that's a fan of Star Wars or a fan of Marvel or, what have you. Like, yeah, just get them the Lego game that's based off of the thing they like. I think I've only played the first Lego Marvel game. But those will be done on the channel at some point as well. Those will be interesting too, because there's lots of, like, little Easter eggs and references and stuff like that. We should be able to blow through those pretty quickly as well. Like, those are the kind of games where, there's a lot to dig in if you really want to finish all the challenges and collect all the things.
It's open. Let's go.
Those are also an example of the kind of game, like the Lego games, or at least the one that I played, which is Lego Marvel Super Heroes 1. It definitely has the thing where if you just want to play the game and finish it, it's pretty trivially easy. Like, there's not really much getting in your way from just finishing the game. But if you want to actually like 100% it, like start completing stuff in it. Yeah, there starts to be like some challenges and stuff that you really need to dig into.
I knew it was gonna be Venom, but I was really hoping it wasn't Venom. Have we ever figured out why you need so many teeth?
Better to eat you with.
Got him. Yeah, just based on the shape of these. Oh, okay, I know how to beat this guy.
Off that symbiote webbing.
There we go.
I won't be defeated by you.
Got to use his weakness to sound. Oh. Oh, apparently all I need to do is hit the bell. Hello? There we go. Oh, there's the bells.
Nice job, but you'll need both bells ringing to really hurt him.
Venom's into Devouring Spider-Man confirmed. Oh, I mean, was that ever in question? Thought that was always the case. Here we go. Alright, I gotta get both at the same time here.
Curse you, spider.
Yeah, so it looks like I don't even need to fight him here. I just need to, like, get to the bells. This one's easy enough then.
That's it. Now get all of the bells ringing to finish him off.
Alrighty. So, straightforward enough boss fight. Oh god. Yes, and avoid the boss, do the mechanics battle. Yep, exactly. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. And let me just clean all of them off, and then we can do this real quick. There we go. Although doing it with a church bell is like a nice little nod to Venom's origin. So, alright, fair enough.
Spider-Man, what are you doing here?
I came for the meteor shard, but now I'm going.
Not bringing him along like the others?
No way. Venom doesn't want to help. He wants to eat me alive.
Who are you talking to? The last thing I remember was a man with a bubble for a head.
I knew it was going to be
That guy
Mysterio.
is a bubblehead?
If he can ID our mastermind, he's in.
And after I hurt Bubble Man, I eat you.
I wonder if Mysterio is going to be like the last character that you can play as, actually. I wonder if he's like the new Game Plus character. Alright, this game immediately gets extra points for making Mysterio the big bad. When isn't it Mysterio? I like Mysterio. Mysterio is great. Mysterio is one of the few characters to successfully kick Spider-Man in the dick and run away. That's canon. That happened, and it was amazing.
Don't forget to upgrade your new sidekicks at the upgrade lab.
Alright, we got Venom. Alright, I guess I'll try out Venom. Ugh. The fact that people thought he wasn't going to be the bad guy in the movie. I do like how they handled that, though, like the marketing in the movie itself.
Sidekick select.
Where they play it up like a surprise.
Sidekick select.
For the sake of, because there are going to be people watching that movie who don't know anything about Spider-Man or Mysterio. Like, you know, presumably will have seen the previous Spider-Man movies, but, you know, it's the first time that Mysterio's been in a big live-action movie. So there are going to be plenty of people who don't know anything about Mysterio.
Activating area scans for final meteor shard.
So I like how they
location.
did that.
The communications department just informed me that we're picking up all kinds of signal traffic out of Nepal.
Confirmed. There is also something attempting to jam our scanners. It is not atmospheric as in Transylvania. This seems intentional.
Look at the communications traffic. Everything's going out from Nepal, but nothing's coming in.
Interesting.
Oh, it's better than interesting. It means whoever's controlling the Phantoms is down there. I'm not just going after the last meteor shard. I'm going after whoever's behind this whole Phantom nightmare.
Spider-Man, there is a point of concern. Phantom Symbiote Index is rising by the minute.
Then I'd better get down there.
Spider-Man, it's so dangerous.
We've come this far. It's time to finish it.
Good luck, Spider-Man. Whoever it is down there, you have to stop them.
Don't worry, Nick. Putting an end to this is exactly what I intend to do.
All right,
Location, Nepal.
let's do it. Let's make it happen. Here we go. But yeah, it also ties back all the way to Mysterio's first appearance in the comics, where, you know, he basically did a similar kind of thing, where he tried to present himself as a hero in order to, you know, take out Spider-Man. Good stuff. All right, let's try out Venom. We got Venom. Oh, he's a big slow boy. Not a huge fan of like the bigger, slower characters in this game, but I mean, obviously that's how Venom would be. So we'll try him out for this level. Yeah, these baddies are like being more symbiote mode. I wonder if Carnage is going to be like in this game at all. It will be interesting, like, imagine if the final boss is like Mysterio with a symbiote or something like that. It'd be like that game for PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 1 and N64, where the final boss was called Monster Ock, and it was like Doc Ock with the Carnage symbiote, where you couldn't so much as fight it, you just had to run away. Like, it was an escape section where Monster Ock... The end of the game was an escape section where you needed to run out of an exploding building while Dr. Octopus with the Carnage symbiote was trying to kill you.
Thank goodness
Pretty good.
That's over.
Alright, button. Hit. Button. Okay, let's go. Let's see if we can get through it.
Something bad is coming.
Yeah, we got one more character run to unlock, and I'm legit wondering now if we're going to encounter, like, someone else in this level in Nepal here, or if it is just going to be a New Game Plus kind of thing where we get someone else at the end. There we go. Oh god, they're like throwing goo. Oh, he's got like a scream attack. That's weird. That's not a particularly Venom-esque thing, I don't think. Has he ever had anything like that? Like a yell power? Like, that seems weird. Part of the point of the symbiotes is that they're weak to sonic vibrations, so... That doesn't seem like a thing Venom should be able to do, or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. That seems weird to me, that's... Oh god, well, he exploded, so... Come here. Yeah, this game was fun enough. It'll be good to get onto something else after it. Get on to some of those, oh god, MCU-based games. Like I said, I've played Iron Man before. We did Captain America on the channel already, so we won't be doing that one. I have no idea if Iron Man 2 is going to be any good or not, like the game. I'm curious to see how the Hulk game is, because there is an Incredible Hulk game based off of that movie. And then there's a Thor one as well, which is probably just going to be a pretty, you know, mediocre beat-em-up. That's what I'm expecting out of that one anyway.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, okay. Let's push on ahead. But yeah, the next one will be Iron Man. Anyway, Iron Man 1, the movie, the game.
Toast.
Great movie. Like I said, I played the heck out of that game when it first came out, even though it wasn't good. So it should be doable. It should be beatable, if nothing else. I'm certainly not going for completion again, that's for dang sure. God, I've got... We still have so many Marvel games to get around to. We're, like, just getting into, like, the, really getting into the Xbox 360 era of them here now, after we finish this. Because this one was on 360 as well. We're just playing the PS2 version. I think after this level, I'm going to switch back to Blade, but I'm going to, like, power up his attack one more time. Because for these levels, the health and toughness doesn't really matter until you get to, like, a boss fight. Oh god, I fell off the edge. Just need to have my, my damage output beefed up so that we can blow through these enemies quicker.
This part of the world is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, visually this game is actually alright. It's got, like, a graphical style that, like, works for the hardware that it's on. Like, something about it just gives me the vibe of, like, you know, platformers from this era, and I kind of dig it.
Watch out.
Okay. Gosh dang it.
Let me handle this.
Alright, kill all the enemies, open the doors, move on. I got it. I like the design of these baddies, though. The color scheme kind of gives me vibes of, like, the Wizard. Which is, like, a Fantastic Four villain, but... aside from that, they're pretty cool looking. It's too bad we've got to fight, like, 700 million of them. Alright, whatever, I'm sick of Venom now. We're sick of Venom already. Venom. Venom is fine. I can enjoy a decent Venom story. I like the movie. I'm glad it was only an hour and a half, but I enjoyed it. That's like one of my examples of, you know... The length of a movie doesn't necessarily, like, make a difference to its quality one way or the other, but... Well, let me put it this way. Like, when the Venom movie being only an hour and a half, I'm like, oh, thank God. It's, like, nice and brisk, and I'm not, like, you know... We're not stuck with this too long. Not that it's bad. I actually enjoy it quite a lot. But it's not the kind of thing I want to watch for 3 hours at a time. As opposed to, like, Avengers Endgame, that's got so much in it, where I'm like, oh yes, make this gigantic. Give me a 7-hour cut of this, and I'll be okay with it. Oh my god, will you die? Here we go.
Gates open. We can go.
Oh boy, god, there's just...
Alright, this is my favorite part.
Yeah, I understand this game at this point. Just new area, more enemies, kill them all, opens the door to another new area. I got it. I got it by this point. Somewhat over it. Speaking of length, I'm glad that this game is going to be done inside of 2 streams. We don't really need to play this anymore after today. Like, I understand the gist of it. So let's make it happen. Oh, hang on. Oh, my back. Oh, my poor old spine. Oh god, another one of these things is like just teleporting enemies in until we break it. Alright. Let's get it.
Break it down. Get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm working on it, Nicky boy. Made a movie out of Sophia's Endgame. Probably need to turn it into a TV series. Oh dear. Oh dear me. You gotta cram in all that plot. You need time for the plot. There we go. Eh. God damn it.
Break it down. Get rid of it.
Stop targeting the baddies. I'm trying to hit the thing. There we go. Whoo! Make it happen. Destroy! Oh my god. There we go. Broke it. Hell yeah. Okay.
Over there. Look.
What? Loot? Alright, you're in the way. There was no loot. I know, he said look, whatever. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
These guys are
Oh
tough.
my god, more of these big dudes. Alright. No, don't grab me. Go. I think I do have, like, items that can help things along as well. So can I see what I got here? No, I don't want to exit. Can't really see what I got going on here. Yeah, whatever. Whatever.
Let's get moving.
It's not like it's super necessary. Let's see. Yeah, I think after this level I'm gonna like power up Blade's attack one more time. Then I'll use him for probably the rest of it. Until I need to use Spider-Man in a boss fight, because inevitably that'll happen, I'm sure. Oh, they didn't need to use him in the last one. That worked out fine. I've also got the Prowler. The Prowler was fun to play as. Okay, I found another super attack thing. What does this do again? I think that powers up my attack? Yeah. Need to remember that I have those. Forgot that that was a thing. It doesn't last very long, though. Well, either way, it's an option. I've got some things to speed things along if I'm annoyed by how long it's taking to kill a particular enemy. Though generally the problem is just that there's so gosh dang many of these things. Oh, that seems to be the issue at the end of the day here. Oh boy, okay, come on. And then there's gonna be more showing up, and then we'll kill them, and then we'll move on again. Oh my god. Hello? There they are. I was gonna say, they're a little late showing up here, but oh, what is that thing? That's a big fat boy right there. That's
Not as scary as me.
that's a big boy right there. That's a big one. He got an eyeball belly. He's got a shield. Okay. Let's pop my mega damage thing to try and take him down real quick. We'll make use of these items to get through it. That worked. That didn't last very long, but it certainly helped me take his health down. Yeah. Come on. Oop. Ugh. Oh, he's got that whippy tendril. Okay, we're good. Whew. Pain in the booty hole.
Come on, this way.
I like it if he could, Spider-Man could swing quickly like he could in the Ultimate Alliance games. Although I think those came out after this, so maybe the first one didn't actually. The first one might have been out already.
Nice one.
I think the first one was like 2007-ish. This game came out in like 2008, I think. I could be wrong. Oh, there's too many of these things. Gosh dang it, why are there so many? Come on, finish him. There we go. And another one spawned in as soon as I killed that one. Alright, oh my god, there's another one. Okay, this game is just starting to throw like an annoying number of enemies at me. It's not making it any more like fun or interesting, it's just there's a lot of them. Come here. Get finished. There we go.
Spidey and Friends 1, bad guys nothing.
Okay, okay. Got this. That was just an extra thing, I guess. Okay. Oh, out of the way, Venom. Out of the door frame. Like a freaking Skyrim character just blocking the door, and I'm like, Fusro, get out of the way! You blast them halfway across the map, and then they hit their head and die, and you're like, I guess I'll just take all your stuff now. That's how you play Skyrim, right? That's the thing. It's an option.
Looks like the only way to go up the mountain is to go through it.
Uh-huh. Gosh dang it. Of course that was gonna happen.
Start punching right about now.
Of course there's more. Yeah, I definitely need to, I don't need to, but I want to, for the next level, I'll upgrade Blade's attack and we'll slash these guys real good. Should work out nicely, methinks. Hopefully, anyway. I feel like the combat in this game could be a little bit more interesting if it had, like, instead of just the one button for attacks, like it's got attack and grab. If there was like a heavy attack, light attack thing for doing combos, that could be a bit more interesting instead of just, you know, me mashing square until everything's dead. I guess there is the whole idea where you're supposed to, like, vary up your attacks with what you're doing in order to increase your combo meter and earn more points, but I stopped caring about that very quickly. It's fine. Everything's fine. At this point, it's just a matter of time.
You think it ruins the excitement with us always winning? Time to go.
Okay. I'll finish this game, and then I'll get some food in my belly. There we go, another level down. Beautiful. 3 more to go, I believe. We'll go pop Quentin Beck in his fish dome. A sec here. We go. Okay. So waiting for it to load. Yeah. Load, autosave, I understand. I got it. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go back to Blade. Blade was fun to play as. I don't know if him being, like, unlocked later in the game has any impact on, like, you know, his stats being good or not. I don't know if the characters are necessarily balanced that way or not.
Blade.
Strength. Yeah, give him 1 more of that. Lots of barrage of... Oh. Sure, that's like an extra attack or something. I don't know how that works, but I got it, so we'll take it. Sure. We'll go with that. Ugh. Okay, slick. Here we are.
Nepal.
To the dark caverns. Oh my, spooky. Will we ever survive our journey into the Dark Caverns? I've got a feeling we're probably going to be alright. Let's use Blade. Alright. Blade's gonna help us journey into the Dark Caverns. And I'm gonna hit some stuff with my sword.
This place is kind of creepy. Spelunking is definitely not a job for me.
This looks more visually interesting as a level, at least. Maybe that's just me. By that I mean, like, it looks like going through this level is gonna be fun. Maybe I'm just thinking that because it's different than the previous ones. Like, if the gameplay is going to be, like, repetitive, then I appreciate the visuals are at least getting switched up. You know? And we got a bit of platforming here. Wonder how I do the EMP thing. Is that it? I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing I can activate or if it's just a power-up. Oh, god damn it. Oh, jeez. Alright, nuts to this. Using this attack again. Using the big bomb attack that just kills everyone. Oh god, more of them are just spawning in, of course. Yeah, I got rid of the big guys at least. Right, Blade does have that cool, like, boomerang thing. I like that. Yeah, Blade's got some good stuff here. I also like how the boomerang is kind of like set it and forget it. Like, I can throw it out and... More bats? Like, I can throw it out and then just, like, keep attacking enemies while the boomerang is doing its thing. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay. Hello? There they are. Knew they were going to show up soon. Right? Is that the EMP, I wonder? Like that jump attack thing? I have no idea. That worked. Okay.
The gate is open.
Let's go. Oh god, more of this.
Incoming.
Mega damage.
There we go. Pop the big guys. I use one of my items, but that's fine. I think I have defensive items as well, but it really makes more sense to use those during like a boss fight or something. Whoop! Almost walked off the edge because the camera angle changed there. Oh god dang it.
Take him down.
Mega damage.
Another big boy. I got half his health down with the enhanced damage item. The rest of it we got to do vanilla, I guess. Dang. Oh, I do have the... Oh, crap. Dang it, I wanted to, like, throw that at him, but... He's got that stupid ranged attack that messed me up. Alright, just get up in his business and hit him until he dies. Whatever. Make it happen, Captain. Please. Please, just be dead. I want to be shut of all of you symbiotes. Come on. No. Get. There we go. Whew.
It's open. Let's go.
Alrighty. All right. What else we got going on in here?
There's something coming.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay.
Let's do this.
No problem.
I like how this game's like one idea for gameplay mechanics is a room full of enemies. And then you get through it and, oh look, it's another room full of enemies. Fantastic. Ow. I exploded into shiny bits. Ooh. Oh, that works really well on like big crowds actually. Excuse me? Hello? There we go. Oh no. Oh, hang on. Cord is like going wonky? This could be a problem. Okay, I think we're good. Having some controller problems for a second there, but should be fine. Oh no. Ah, nah. Ah, yeah. That's not good. Oh, this doesn't seem good. Do I have another controller somewhere, I wonder? I think I do.
I'm ready for a fruit
Okay,
fly.
are we fine? I think we're fine. Is everything good? I think we're good. Grab the collectible, I guess. Don't know what they're for, but I'll get them. I think you just get like more points if you get that stuff, maybe? I don't know. Who cares? God dang it. Oh my god. Alright, alright. More big boys. Yes, get knocked off the stage. That works really well for me. Happy with that outcome. Get out of here. Oh no! I don't know if I have another controller handy. Oh, that worked.
Thank goodness that's over.
Nice. Come on, hang in there, controller. I've got, like, what, two more levels after this? We're almost done. Come on. We can do it. Okay. God damn it.
Closed.
Oh, alright, hang on a sec. Do I have another controller handy? Do I have one around here? I don't have one there. No. Hang on a sec. Hang on. Oh, I might have one just in the next room. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, boy. Nope, not there. Hang on. Alright, well, it appears that I do not have another PlayStation 2 controller that is readily available, so we're just going to roll with it. And this is just going to be part of the challenge now. This is just something we're just going to have to press the X button in addition to our square button presses. You know, QWERTY says it's treat time, so let's do that too. And you know, we're done with PS2 games for a little bit after this anyway, so I'll just need to get like a new controller if I want to play another one. Because this one seems to be wonky. Zan, do you want a treat? Razzle. You go, Zan? Come on, boy. Here you go. Hey, buddy. There's the boy. Alright, and I should do a stretch too. I should stretch my back out. Alright, hang on a sec. Let's do that too. Oh god. Huh. Oh my god, my spine. Oh, there's the boy. Look at the boy. Yes, we have kitties. Do you like them? This fluffy girl is named Razzle. She is a good, sweet girl, and we love her. And this little troublemaker is named Zant. He is a good boy, some of the time. Look at this good boy. My spine. Oh, something snapped into place there. That was good. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, what? Meh. What? 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 She a fluffy baby. Oh, she a big fluffy baby. Oh, okay. All right. Carefully wants to take over Hyrule. Yeah, you gotta watch that one. He's a troublemaker, like I said. Say hi to everyone, Zant. Over here. There you go. Say hi. Look at your cute face. That's a good boy. Hi, Razzle. There she goes. Ah! Got a shave and a haircut. 2 bits. Do you like the haircut? I did it myself. Shave and a haircut. 2 bits. Is that it? Is that the one you're talking about? I didn't really shave. My beard is the same as it like always is, which is like barely there and trimmed down to a stubble because I can't really do the epic beard like Jurassic Jacob can. Okay. Let's try and make our way through this. Let's make it happen. The controller, I just need you to hang in there long enough for us to do a success. And I think it'll be fine. I think we can make it. Your anaconda, my anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, son. Am I thinking of the right thing? I might be thinking of something else. No, that's got to be the one.
Not bad, kid.
Ugh.
This is amazing.
There's that song, then there's the Big Butt song, which might be the same song? I'm confused. I don't know. All I know is that I like big butts and that I cannot lie. I'm incapable of lying about that particular thing. Having slept 2-ish hours, welcome back, Nanners. Phantoms not nearly as fun as vampires, he says. Oh, I exploded again. That's fine. We're back. Controller seems to be hanging in okay there. Actually, I remember at one point I should see if I can find it. I had a wireless PlayStation 2 controller that was like made of Nerf. I don't know if I still have that somewhere. Or if it even works if I have it. Wannabe Onslaughts? Oh yeah, it does have a little bit of that, that vibe to him, doesn't it? Vampires.
Everybody.
I think
It's wide open. We can move on.
Tsukiyomi. I'm gonna get the hang of saying your name. I promise. And I'm sorry I'm butchering it. I'm sorry I'm a fool, but I will get the hang of saying your name. Tsukuyomi Moon. There we go. I think I did it. I do have a video all about the vampire lore in the Marvel Universe. I have no idea if that's something you'll be interested in, but if you want to hear me talk about comic book vampires for like 40 minutes or however long that video is, I've got that up on the YouTube channel.
Is that a fishbowl?
Oh, there's Mysterio.
I am Mysterio, and you have something that belongs to me.
You're the Vampire Lord VTuber? Ooh, I bow down before your greatness.
My hand.
Spider-Man, the symbiote readings on those phantoms are through the roof. Come back to the helicarrier.
No time. Look at the army Mysterio's built with one meteor shard. Imagine what he'll do with more.
No, the black suit is too dangerous.
Oh.
Sorry, Nick, but it's time to fight fire with fire.
Oh, we're going Black Suit Spider-Man. All right. All right. Well, also, I want you to know that the phrase Vampire Lord VTuber has how do I do this? Has intrigued me to the point where I'm just going to follow you right now. I'm just going to make that happen. There we go. That is such a cool idea that, yeah, I'm gonna get in on that action. I'm gonna see what's going on over there at some point. You're very welcome. I should say thank you for hanging out. I appreciate all of you. Yeah, oh. Wonder if I can still have Blade. Oh, I guess maybe the Black Suit Spider-Man was like the final thing. Let me see here.
Sidekick select.
Nope, there's still a separate slot for it. Interesting. But yeah, we'll just keep using. Maybe I'll check out. Maybe I'll try Black Suit Spider-Man here at the end. Is there like a separate level up thing for the Black Suited Spider-Man?
Character upgrades.
Nope, still in the same thing, I guess. Inventory. Nah, I can't afford another one of these. That's health regen. I'm gonna buy more of those mega damage ones. I'm just gonna get some more of those. Those are good. Yes, looks like we're gonna have Black Suit Spider-Man for the end of the game here. Alright. So yeah, our sidekick character that we're using here, Blade, he is actually a Dhampir, or a kind of like a partial vampire. Because his whole deal was that his mother, when his mother was pregnant with him, she was bitten by a vampire named Deacon Frost. And she passed away. Daywalker, yep, that's also what they refer to him as. She was bitten by a vampire named Deacon Frost and died as a result. But Blade Eric Brooks was born shortly thereafter. And basically he was born as a Dhampir, a man who was touched by a vampire's curse but not fully transformed. Which basically meant that he was immune to vampire bites. And after which he was, after that he was trained by a man named Jamal Afari, who was a vampire hunter, and became a vampire hunter himself. But then later on, he actually, when he became like the Daywalker proper that we're familiar with, it was because even though he is immune to regular vampire bites, he was bitten by a living vampire named Morbius. Because Morbius is not a traditional vampire, Morbius is referred to as a science vampire. He was transformed into a being similar to a vampire through a scientific accident, which gave him similar powers. So Blade was not exactly immune to Morbius's bite. And when Morbius bit him, it transformed him and like activated some more of his like latent vampiric abilities and turned him into what is referred to as the Daywalker. Which basically means that at this point now, he's got the powers of a vampire, but without the weaknesses. Like he's able to, you know, walk in the day, hence Daywalker. Here we go. Beautiful. Ugh. Okay. But yeah, he's an interesting character. He debuted in the comic Tomb of Dracula, which starred Dracula, of course, because, yes, Dracula is canon in all of this as well. Let's see, where are we going? That's the extra thing. Can I go in here? Is this where we're going? Looks like it. Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay. This way? This seems right. There we go.
This place is beautiful. You know, in a very frozen to the bone cold sort of way.
Alright, alright, alright. Oh god. Oh jeez. Hang on. Hold on. Take care of these big boys. Finish him off. Yeah, I like playing as Blade in this game. He seems to work pretty well. Seems like he's got a decent, he does a decent amount of damage that takes down even the big boys relatively quickly. And his finishing animation is good too. It's nice and quick. Alright, sweet. Cur smack. Alright, alright, alright. Oh my goodness! Duff Guy! Can't get enough of that wonderful Duff. Pizza time raid. Ooh, I can go for some pizza. Duff Guy, thank you for the raid. What brings you in? Thank you for joining us. Let me get a shout out here for Duff Guy. Shout out for Duff Guy. Duff Guy. 99. This is right. That looks right. Here you go. Is that gonna work? Probably. Hopefully. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Nightbot, hanging in there? Okay. Figured to check out some friend or foe gameplay? Ah, thank you, thank you. Well, we're right near the end of the game here now. We should be in the approaching the final level. Played Spider-Man: The City That Never Sleeps DLC. Very cool. Harmfrey and Cyborg Stallion. Uwu Owo Uwu Owo. Hang on, I think I got that right. Ooh, oh, woo, oh, woo, ooh, whoa. There we go, got it. Pizza time, hell yeah. I do love me some pizza. Thank you guys for joining us. If you don't know me, my name is Mary, the Mary Marvelite. I like to talk about comic books over on YouTube, usually about Marvel Comics lore. But on the weekends, we chill out here and we play some video games. Traditionally on Sundays, we've been going through some Marvel game stuff. Amazing! Hey, the ooh, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. We've been going through some Marvel games on Sundays, so today we're finishing up Friend or Foe. And also on Saturdays, we've been playing through the Mega Man games. So if you like the Mega Man stuff, then stick around for some Saturday streams. Did I say Sunday? Saturday. Saturdays we've been playing Mega Man, and Sundays we're doing the Marvel games. But yes, I'm going through the Mega Man X games for the first time, which is going to be fun. I just started Mega Man X1 yesterday, after playing the entirety of the classic series again. But yes, welcome. Thank you again for the raid, and thank you for joining us. Can someone try to get that shout out again? Because I think Nightbot is decided just to not do it for some reason. So if I have a mod available, we can try and get a shout out for Duff Guy. Maybe it's cap sensitive? It shouldn't be, but maybe. That could be the case.
Off we go.
Actually. That would be weird, but I wouldn't be surprised. There you go. Ah, there you go. Spider-Man Remastered. Awesome. Excellent, excellent. I haven't played... I've watched a playthrough of the... oops. I thought that was ice. I watched a playthrough of Spider-Man PS4, but I have not played through that myself yet. And I don't know much about the DLC, but that is something I will be getting to at some point for sure. Still waking up. You're good, Nanners. I still love you. You are very much appreciated. Yeah, I've been going through like a bunch of the Marvel games, mostly in release order. Oh crap, I fell. Oh, I'm back up. I almost fell. This is the PS2 version, yes. This game is also available on 360, but we are playing the PS2 version just because it's the one I have. Also, not to jinx anything, but my controller has been working better since, for some reason, it was like disconnecting earlier, but I think we're good. Looks like a fun beat 'em up. It's a pretty standard, yeah, like beat 'em up. Not like super duper interesting, but like the cool thing about it is just like the number of characters you can unlock, which is good. And you know, it's not super hard or anything like that. Like it's not overly challenging. Like it's very forgiving. Like when you die, you basically all that really happens when you die is that oh crap, you lose some of the orbs that you normally use for upgrading your characters, and then you just respawn right away. Unless you're in a boss fight, in which place you don't respawn. The boss fights are the only times when death has any, like, real consequence. So it's kind of like a kid-friendly, you know, beat-em-up Spider-Man game aimed at younger audiences. Kind of low stress. Got Deadpool. Currently we are playing as Blade. I'm playing as Blade. Because, yeah, you get to unlock, like, a ton of separate characters that you can, yeah, you can co-op as them. It is a two-player co-op game. I'm just playing single-player right now. The first player is always Spider-Man, but you get a whole host of various characters that you can put into the second slot. Like, I'm Blade right now, but you also have, like Iron Fist and Black Cat and Prowler and a bunch of villains, too. So yeah, not bad. Might be fun to do with your partner. Hell yeah. And Humphrey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you guys have a good time coming in and just chilling, hanging out. It's what we're usually all about here. We're pretty chill overall. We try to be. Until I try to play a game like Spider-Man 3, and then it, you know, turns into a lot more yelling, but it depends on the game. We let the games decide the vibe sometimes. Sometimes the vibe is indescribable rage, but we try not to do that a lot. 3 is so frustrating. Oh my god. Spider-Man 3, for the Xbox 360 we played it on, is probably one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. And I absolutely loved it. It is so frustratingly annoying constantly. Playing it on PS3 was worse. Oh yeah, I've heard that the PS3 version is worse. I don't know how I would have been able to survive that, but my god. Playing through it right now on stream, oh my god, it's so bad. It's so... But the thing about it, the thing I loved about it, the Anarchy boss, oh my god, some of those bosses are so huff. Oh, Harmfree, sorry, Harmfree and Duff Guy, your names are almost the same color in my chat. So, like, when I was glancing over, I thought you were the same person for a second there. But yeah, that is, oof, that's a yikesy. That's oh my god. It is so frustrating. But the thing I love about it is that it keeps finding new ways to be, like, annoying, because like games like this one is like kind of fine, like this game is like not particularly great, but it's not like bad either, but like I also don't find it like incredibly interesting, versus like Spider-Man 3, like I was always looking forward to see what kind of like insanity would happen next. Like my god, like just constantly new ways to be terrible.
It's open. Let's go.
Oh boy. It's as difficult as a Souls game without the rewarding gameplay of anything or any of that. Oh my, it's so hard sometimes. One thing that I've definitely found help was like figuring out how to do like infinite air combos, but even they don't work on everything. Yeah, there's a lot of... Basically, like, for every challenge that's in that game, you need to find, like, some way to, like, exploit the mechanics or cheese it.
Uh-oh. This doesn't look good.
Because, my god. Alright, they're coming on in. Let's get them. Last reptile mission. Oh my god, that one is going to stick out in my head. That was rough. That one was rough. Like, I don't know how I managed that. The Anarchy guy, but oh my god, yeah. There was like that one boss, it wasn't even really a boss fight, but like the fight that was on the pier. Oh my god, that was so brutal. I don't know if that's the one that you're, that might be the one that you're thinking of, yeah. Oh my god, that was so rough. Yeah, that one I needed to make... Yeah, the guy that looked like Mankind, yes. That one I needed to make very liberal use of, like, infinite air combos and just, like, being in the air all the time. And even then it was brutal, because it only... The infinite air things only works on the minions. Like, the actual boss guys, I was just like... Oh, I remember what I did. And I did this a couple of times through the game, was just mashing on the spider sense, like, slowdown button. Just, like, rapidly tapping that. So the game, like, rapidly sputters between, like, regular speed and slowdown speed. Just because it let me, like, extend the amount of time I was, like, using it. Oh my god. I figured out that kind of worked on some stuff. Not, like, super reliably, but it helped me, like, cheese my way through a couple of fights. Oh my god. What a garbage video game that was. Oh, worthwhile experience, though. Glad I played it, because, my god. Oh, boy. That was a... Oh. And I mean, like, I played Spider-Man 1 and 2 at some point before that. And with those, like, you know, they were, They have aged weirdly in a couple of ways. But at least those have, like, Spider-Man 2 especially, like, you see why it's fondly remembered, because people like swinging around the city and just, like, you know, beating up, like, random crooks and, like, being Spider-Man. Like, some of the missions in those games are pretty bad. But Yeah, like, Spider-Man 3 is, like, everything that's wrong with the previous games, like, magnified by a factor of 10, and everything right with them is, like, not a thing. Yeah, the innovation it brought to the table, yeah, like, 2 was aged poorly, but I can see why it was fondly remembered. Like, 3 didn't age poorly. 3 is just bad. A giant step backward from Ultimate? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ultimate, that was so much better than Spider-Man 3. So much better. Once again, still some, like, wonky missions and boss fights and stuff, but good lord. Okay, okay. Okay, let's not fall down those pits. We've almost got this game under our belt, though. We're almost done. Oh, hang on. Let's... okay. Oh, hang on, I should use... There we go. That works really well on the crowds. I gotta remember that. What am I thinking for the next one? I think, because I've got like a list. Basically, I've got a list of all the ones that I haven't gotten around to playing yet, and I'm kind of going through it in release order. And if I remember correctly, the next one on the list is Iron Man for the Xbox 360. So I believe that's what we're going to be starting next week. But of course, if anybody ever wants to know what I'm going to be playing or when I'm going to be playing it, you can join the Discord or you can follow me on Twitter because those are the places where I put the stream schedule. And yeah. You never played it? I played it like back a long time ago, and I think I like 100%ed it like years ago. I could be making that up, but I feel like I played a lot of that game. Even though it's not great. That was back when I was younger. I don't know. I was far more... When I was younger, I was far more interested in actually, like, 100% in games, like, getting as many trophies and achievements as I could.
Come on, we're almost there.
These days, I have much less patience. I'm much older, and I'm much less patient with my games. I'm like, alright, let me, you know, get to the credits here. Unless it depends on how good the game is, I suppose. If the game grabs me enough and, like, the side stuff is actually interesting, then I'll, you know, I do a lot of it. But if a game is not good, I'm like, alright, let's just get to the end. Or, you know, some games are, like, really good, but the side stuff is not necessarily the kind of thing you want to be doing, for example. Like, when I played a bunch of the Kingdom Hearts, I did a bunch of the side stuff, but not necessarily all of it. Trying to 100% the Marvel Spider-Man game. See, I'm thinking I might do that when I get to that one, just because I know that one is... From what I understand, that one is fun to do, so... That game might be one where I kind of, like, go all in on it. I mean, my general vibe is that I, oh, dang it, it's this guy again. My general vibe is that, like, if I'm having fun doing all the side stuff, then I'll do it. Like, usually I'll start off, like, checking out side stuff and doing it, but whether or not I actually try to, like, go all in on completion depends on, like, how much fun I'm having. Or, actually, one thing is that, like, I'll do side stuff if it'll make the main quest easier, kind of thing. Like, if doing side stuff levels up my character and lets me, do a, you know, have a good time doing, like, the bosses and stuff, like, really whomping them, then that can be good, too. Or if there's, like, legitimate story content behind it. Like, with the Kingdom Hearts games, there was a point where I started doing them on, like, the harder difficulty and actually, you know, getting enough stuff done on the side so that I could unlock, like, the secret endings and stuff. Because that thing and its convoluted lore got its hooks into me. I might need to do a replay of that series at some point. I've got so much stuff that I want to get around to playing that I don't know when replays are going to happen on the channel, but Lord only knows. Hell, if they ever actually announce Kingdom Hearts 4, we get like another proper one, then I don't know, maybe I'll do a replay or something. We'll see.
Let's get moving.
Kingdom Hearts on hardest difficulty. Oh yeah, hardest difficulty, Kingdom Key only. Make it happen. Actually, I probably that's not a bad idea. I already have like the title in mind, Critical Hearts. If I wanted to do a series of like critical mode playthroughs. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4 will be out in 20 years after 47 in-between games where the key lore is in the non-ported games. Oh, god damn it, QWERTY. How dare you say something so brave yet so accurate. Alright. We've probably got one more level here. Yeah. Alright. Let's make it happen. I believe we're likely going to be finishing this up here. We call that non-ported game Union Cross. Oh yeah, I need to do that at some point. And by do that, I mean watch videos of the Union Cross lore.
That gate is in our way.
I still haven't played Melody of Memories, but we'll get around to that at some point when I want to just get the channel copyright struck into oblivion. Do I have... I don't have... Dang it. I don't have a super attack ready to go. Ah, dang it. This chunky pain in the butt. Oh my god. This big, thick boy with the tentacles coming out of his hand. Pretty sure I saw this guy in one of those, you know, dirty Japanese cartoons. Where the lady is all like, "No, Yamate!" But they don't Yamate. No, they do not. It's a bad time. It's not good. Not a good time. Unless that's what you're into. I'm not here to kink shame anyone. God damn it! This thing doing his freaking shockwave dance. But yeah, before I worry about, you know, replaying anything, there are a ton of games that I haven't played that I want to get around to in the channel at some point. What are you doing, Step Tentacle? God damn it. I appreciate you, Sammy. You're amazing. Like, there are a few series I want to get around to at some point. Like, you know, we're going to finish up the Mega Man stuff, but when that's done, like, I've got a few that I want to get around to that are going to take me, like, a million years to finish. Like, there's the Castlevania games. There's Persona, there's Final Fantasy. For those last two, I'm still waiting on my goddamn PSP to come in the mail. So I ordered a PSP, because I want to test it out, like, stream with it, because you can hook it up to, like... You can hook it up to a TV, and theoretically, I should be able to hook it up to my upscaler, which goes to my capture card. Hopefully... Yeah, the resolution should still be based off of the upscaler, so I should be able to... do it with like the same settings that I've got going on for like this kind of thing. But I want to get that in the mail so I can test it out and, you know, see if it all works well. Because I would be able to play the first two Persona games off of that. And some of the Final Fantasy games that I don't have already, like, I think it's 3 and 4? Because I've got 1 and 2, I've got 5 and 6, I've got all of those on the PS3. I think 3 and 4 are the ones that I would get on PSP. I believe. I could just do the pixel remasters, but, you know, that would make sense. I gotta be like, I gotta do it the roundabout way and play them like on a freaking handheld system. hooked up to an upscaler, hooked up to my capture card. Because, you know, that makes sense. That makes more sense than just buying the Steam version. Did I say Pixel Remasters or Pixel Mavericks? I don't know, I love the Pixel Mavericks, though. They're fantastic. They deserve all the love and good vibes, and also they are very cute.
Let's go.
Alright, alright. Oh, this is starting to feel like we're almost there. Gonna fight Mysterio in a goddamn temple or something. Of course. Alright. Yeah, doors close, fight enemies. I understand how this game works by this point. Oh, that's how I use those. Okay. Figured it out. That was an attack I unlocked earlier, but I didn't know how to do it. I hold down the grab button, and then I can throw bombs. Okay, well, I just figured out how to win the game. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. I figured out what the win button was. The win button is hold down circle after you unlock the EMP for Blade. Okay, we got it.
And it feels good to be a superhero.
Yeah. Alright, alright, alright. But yeah, I haven't fully decided what series I'm going to do after Mega Man. I'll worry about that when we get to it. So I still got to do the Mega Man X and Mega Man Zero Legacy collections. Oh, another one of these big boys. Huh? What's the range on this, I wonder? That does have decent range on it, too. Okay, how come your friends are unaffected by the shockwave? That's nonsense. Okay, this is garbage. It's a good thing this game is, like, so forgiving when it comes to, like, dying and stuff, because sometimes the enemies are just nonsense. Because that's how that works. That is the phrase of the day. Because that's how that works. That's where we're at. Ooh, treat time. We'll get to that in just a moment. What cats around? Oh, they're both there. The babies are both there. Perfect. Let's kill this thing first. And then we can give it some treats. There we go.
All in a day's work.
Beautiful. Controversy between the Pixel Mavericks. Not only are they girls, but they also happen to be close personal friends of the shit stirrer known as QWERTY. Yeah, well, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. They are lovely ladies for sure. Let's look at the cat cam. Hi, babies. Hi. One for you. One for you. Ugh. Oh, QWERTY says treat time as well. Alright, we got a couple more coming in. Yes, the little kitties. Hi, Razzle. There you go. That one's for you. Here goes Ant. Yes, so we've got little black one is Zant. He a good boy. And the fluffy baby girl over there is Razzle. We love the kitties. They're good kitties. What? My Cheeto dust? Yeah. He likes the Cheeto dust. Blem. Or the Treeto dust, such as it was. Okie dokie. What? Mm-hmm. Alright, lie down. Gonna lie down? Nah. Nope, you're done. Good is relative for Zant. Yeah, he's good some of the time. And then sometimes in 3 in the morning, he likes to do some parkour. Or scratch at the door for... You know how when you close a door, a cat will be like scratching at it, be like, let me in, let me in the door, let me in, let me in. He will do that when the door is open. And I'm like, what are you doing? Oh yeah, they'll go behind the monitor. Yeah, the TV here that I stream, that I have the game on when I stream, there's like a space behind that that's cat-sized. That yeah, both of them will hang out there from time to time. Okay, back to game. Back to game. Time to finish game. Let us make it happen. Ugh. Okay. What do we got here? Blue switch. This thing just got the jiggly physics. Yeah. Not gonna physics no more. Open up. Hell yeah. Yep, another blue switch up ahead. I keep waiting for like a different color one or something. Nope, so far straightforward. It's not open enough for them. It's literally as open as it can be. I'm wondering if it's too open, like if it's closed to the door, and he's like, is there something behind that? It's like, no, you can like look around and look and see that there's not. Well, he's licking his own butt now, so giving himself a clean. Oh, here he is.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But I'm not feeling so friendly right this second.
Ooh, got him. Alright, here we go. Ow. Okay, I was turning the volume down. I wasn't paying attention, but here we go. Let's try that again. Ooh. Whew. Okay. Okay, I think I just need to survive until I can... Okay, when am I going to have an opportunity to hit him, I wonder? Is this just survive until he does something? Do I need to throw one of these at him, maybe?
You think you can stop me? My phantoms and I will rule
Huh.
the world.
What's the deal here?
I will conquer you, and then the world. Ah!
Yeah, okay, I gotta throw his own blocks at him. Alright, understood. Oh, now he's down here. Shoot. There we go. Okay, my ranged attacks don't really do any damage to him, so I just need to, like, get up in his business.
What? How can this be?
That's a decent costume for Mysterio. Like, this game is, like, loosely based off the style of the Sam Raimi movies. At least when it comes to the characters that are in those movies. Like, those, like, look like those versions of the characters. You know, most other people just look like their comic book forms. But, crap. This Mysterio is like an original design. Like, it looks slightly... Like, the way it has, like, the shapes on the front reminds me a little bit of the way he looked in the Spider-Man, the movie, the game. But, honestly, I think this design is better. Like, I think he looks better in this game than he did in, like, the actual serious, quote-unquote, serious Spider-Man, the movie, the game, you know? And it's not just his comic book design, either. Which... Let's be honest, is one of the best villain designs in comics, is one of the reasons I like Mysterio so much. But also Mysterio in those other games was kind of like played up as a joke, so...
No, this isn't happening.
Yeah, this fight is just like avoid his attacks until I get a chance to like throw a brick at him. And then when he comes down, I can try to hit him with my sword.
Nice, Kate.
Alright, Blade went down, but Spider-Man is leveled up so that he's got like more health and stuff, so...
I will never lose. No, this isn't happening. You think you can stop me?
And you wouldn't have to deal with dating. I've mostly given up on that myself. Nuts to that. I'm just old and cranky and my back hurts all the time, so we're done. I say that if the right person came along, then I would consider it, but I'm not actively looking either. It's the way I generally look at it. Like, getting into a long-lasting relationship is not an ongoing life goal of mine.
I am unstoppable.
There we go. It's hard to get the timing on getting some shots in on him while he's down.
No!
Oh god, oh, he's going ham now. Mysterio's going nuts! Ugh.
I cannot be stopped.
More phantoms.
I think part of the problem too is that, you know, when it comes to dating is that I don't leave my house anymore. Like, I'm always busy, like, working and stuff like that, so I never really have opportunities to go out and meet people. So all of my friends are, like, online. Ugh. Dang it. Missed. I guess I could try online dating if I really wanted to, but... Tried it before. The last time I tried it was... Geez, when was it? You're literally right here. God damn. The last time I tried it, like, true story, I downloaded Grindr once, but deleted it inside of 24 hours. I was like, nah, this is bad. This is not good. And that's not to say that those apps are necessarily, like, bad or don't work, but in my case, there's no one on there that I want to talk to that lives anywhere near me, put it that way. There's no one in my area. You know how you see those fake online ads that are like hot singles in your area? It's like, no there aren't. I checked. I looked. Grindr is mostly just people who want hookups. Yeah. There is that. And like, I'm not necessarily against the idea of just going for a hookup. Like, that's fine too. But also, like, every person that messaged me on there, I'm like, it's clear from, like, your initial message that you didn't read my profile.
Good job. Take him down.
Because you are clearly offering what I'm not looking for, so...
My army will destroy you all.
Not a whole lot of point in that. I've never tried Tinder, though. Because I think you would need to, like, hook up your phone number or your, like, Facebook account or something like that to that. I think I downloaded it once, but I never got around to, like, making a profile. Because there was something about the profile making process that I was like, yeah, nah, forget it.
You don't stand a chance, Mysterio.
And at this point, that's just asking to pull a back muscle. Oh, I'm almost... Hang on, I gotta pay attention to this. I'm actually almost dead. This could go badly. Oh, hit him. Hang on, I need to pay attention to this. Oh! Dang it. God, he really goes ham in the final phase here, doesn't he? Oh god, I can't even land. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, did I get him? Oh my god. I had like a tiny little bit of health left. That was not going well at the end there.
Welcome to die.
You won? Look at yourself. You are no better than me. That suit.
Will come off. Unfortunately for you, crazy megalomania lasts forever. Nick.
What
it's
HP
over.
in a dream,
got the
I know,
shards,
right?
Mysterio is down, and I'd like to go home now.
Yeah, I wonder, is Mysterio going to be like the last unlockable character, or what's the deal with that? Or is there like some secret way to unlock the final character? I'm wondering. If I don't figure it out, I might look it up. Alright. Is that it? Is Mysterio the final boss? That was pretty tough, like, as far as this game goes. If my character can still attack, I can still fight, dagnabbit. Exactly. In order, they send butt pick, peen pick, butt pick, then 5 minutes later they say hi. God damn it. Oh, boy. Online dating. Yeah, let's just not.
You did good today, kid.
I did what had to be done.
And Uncle Sam appreciates it. As a little token of our thanks, you'll find all your school loans paid off.
How did you know who I was to pay them?
Please. I have a multi-billion-dollar spy agency at my disposal. You think I can't follow a guy in red and blue pajamas through New York City?
Oh, yeah.
Go home. Take your girl out to dinner. Enjoy yourself. You earned it.
Nick, so those shards we collected, they're dangerous and...
They're in good hands.
Teleport sequence initiated.
Mysterio was onto something. I want the remaining meteors analyzed until we know what makes them tick and how we can use them.
Right away, Colonel. What should I name the project file?
Considering the mess these things have made, Carnage. Call it Project Carnage.
God damn it.
Affirmative.
All right.
Project Carnage initiated.
Sequel bait to a game that never got a sequel. Alright. Which will never get resolved because life is cruel. This version of Nick Fury being played by Major Chip Hazard, by the way. Eh, still better than David Hasselhoff. Alright, very good. That game was okay. That game was okay. Nothing to write home about, but I'll put it this way. This game is exactly what it tries to be. This game is a kid-friendly... Like, this is a game for kids that like the Spider-Man movies. It was okay out of 10. No, like, I really gotta hand it to this game for being exactly what it wanted to be. Like, if you're a kid, like, you know, 10, 12 years old, I don't know ages. I don't know what's age appropriate for a kid like this is. But like if you're, you know, an elementary school kid, or better yet, if you're a parent who has a kid and that kid likes the Spider-Man movies, the Sam Raimi ones, like this is kind of the game to give them, especially if they've got like a brother or like if they want to play co-op. Like, it's a better option than Spider-Man 3. Although Spider-Man 3 will forever hold a place in my heart for being just insanity. Oh my god. But very good, very good. Very enjoyable. We liked it. But yeah, next week we're starting Iron Man, the movie, the game, for the Xbox 360. That'll be fun. I wonder if we're going to get that last character when we get through the credits here. Props for playing with a wonky controller. It was only like disconnecting earlier, and then it kind of stopped. I don't know what the deal with that is. Amazing. But hey, Diego, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So was it friend or was it foe? I think friend is what we landed on overall. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Diego. I appreciate that very muchly. Was that late coming up on the screen, or am I crazy? Anyway, not important. Yeah, next week we're going to be playing Iron Man for the Xbox 360, and that should be good. Let's see, who are we going to go say hi to today? We've got a couple of options here. Got a couple of people that are online. We can pick someone here. Let's see here. Let's see. We do have Kath and Pal, Paladin Verdant. Katharina Game and Paladin Verdant are doing their collaboration playing some Elden Ring. So, I'm probably going to send you off to one of those guys. Let's see here. But yeah, if you enjoyed this, be sure to stick around because next week we are going to be starting Iron Man on Sunday. We are also going to be doing continuing our playthrough of Mega Man X on Saturday, so that'll be good. What else do I got going on? Oh, if you haven't seen it yet, there is the new video up on the YouTube channel now, all about the origin and history of the Illuminati. That's about 40 minutes long. That one took some doing, but I managed to get that up before the weekend. Proud of that. So be sure to check that out. If you like it, then you can do the, thumbs up and sharing and subscribing and all of that good stuff. Oh, New Goblin is the last unlockable one. Okay. Why was he not until the very end? It was better than the Fantastic Four game. I guess. Honestly, I don't even know if I would say that. I mean, I'm weird. Like, games like this, which are, like, perfectly serviceable, but, like, not particularly interesting, stuff like the Fantastic Four game actually interests me more. Like, I would almost rather play, like, a worse game that's more interesting than something like this. It's kind of like this is in the category. Like, this goes all, like, right alongside Ghost Rider for the PlayStation 2, where it was like, yeah, it's fine, but it's just not really that interesting. Like, exact same category as that game. Fantastic Four was kind of in that, but, I mean, Fantastic Four was more interesting, I think. But that was pretty bad, too. Rise of the Silver Surfer, that was pretty bad. I liked it, though. I liked it because it was bad. I'm weird like that. Anyway, yeah, next week is going to be... Iron Man. And as always, if you want to know what I'm going to be playing and when I'm going to be playing it, follow me on Twitter, join me on the Discord. Those are the places where I put the stream schedule. I always try to remember to put the stream schedule in the events tab on the Discord server, so if you ever want to see it in your own local time zone, it will be there. And yeah, let's go ahead and get a raid going on. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to Kath, but be sure to give Paladin Verdant a follow as well if you are not already, because he is an awesome and beautiful person as well. So, let me get my raid command into the chat, and then I'm going to go get myself some food. So, if you are subscribed, you can copy and paste that raid command, and it'll look like my message here. If you are not subscribed, you can unlock those emotes with channel points, or you can just yell Miri Raid and use whatever similar emotes you would like to use. If you are saving up your channel points for any reason, then be sure to stick around for the raid, because doing so will give you a little boost in channel points. And be sure to yell Miri Raid when we get in there, because doing so makes the raid look nice and big, makes me look super cool. And who doesn't want to look cool? You want to make me look cool, right? It'll be nice. It'll be good. We'll all have a good time. So I think that's all I've got for you this time. Let me get this raid going here. Hell yeah, QWERTY, there you go. That's the spirit. And I'm going to say thank you guys once again so much for joining me. And until next time, true believers, Excelsior!